সারে কুচু যোগ শোভিত মুক্তাহারে বীণারঞ্জিত পুস্তক হস্তে ভগবতী भारती देवी नमस्ते नमो शारदा नमो शारदा नमो शारदा माता सरस्वती नमस्तुभ्यं वरदे कामरूपिणी विद्यारम्भं करिष्यामि सिद्धिर्भवतु मे सदा
The hackathon was not just about the winning. It was a journey. It was about pushing boundaries, collaborating the brilliant minds, and learning from each other. So today there are total 5 teams competing for this competition. So each team will get 25 minutes, 20 minutes for presentation and 5 minutes for discussion. So I call the first team 1 for their presentation. The first team is from Meghalaya. So give them a big round of applause. So let me introduce first the participants of this round. The first team, Lakshai L. Rimpi. Second one, the Babunam Lindo. And the third one, Mishwanki Rimpi. So the title of their presentation is Traditional Knowledge and Biodiversity of Meghalaya and its Conservation. So this is about the rich biodiversity of Meghalaya and demonstrated how indigenous knowledge, community stewardship, and traditional conservation practices contribute to the protection of local ecosystems and natural resources. So your time starts now. You will get just 20 minutes and 5 minutes for discussion. All the best.
Check. Hello, check. 1, 2, 3, check. Hello. A very good morning to you all. It is a blessing to be in this moment, and I really thank God that He has taken us all the way from our village into this grander stage, to be among the pioneer of our country, to be among the experts. And I'm just a village level committee chairman, so I don't have that much knowledge, but these are just some of the things that we try to integrate in our day-to-day life through our traditional practice, and what are the benefits that it brings us about as a community. So as we can see that our presentation today is about on the traditional knowledge on biodiversity conservation in Boilasa and Rayapngar, which is located in the state Meghalaya, which is presented, as you can see, by It will be presented by me and by my team member here, Babu Nam and Mishwa. And I get a little guidance and technical support from the Meghalaya Biodiversity Board. Okay, this is just few of the contents that we'll be talking today. That is the Pentor Boalasa Biodiversity Management Committee and the traditional knowledge of Meghalaya, just a glimpse of it. Then we have the traditional knowledge of non-biodiversity conservation practice in Raja Boalasa and Raja Ngar. Then the impact of traditional knowledge on biodiversity conservation and the benefits, the way forward for mountaineering BHS, and the conclusion. Okay, Pentor Boalasa BMC is a village level committee that is constituted under the Biological Diversity Act 2002, Section 47. And through that committee, we are trying to preserve our community biodiversity. Like for the example, we have this Klo Mukulia, which is a community forest that is preserved by the local community, which holds significant ecological, cultural, and historical importance. Actually, we have like the ritual sites, the monoliths, then especially this Klo Mukulia, which is a cave. This has a long history that is related to our communities. And following the declaration of the adjacent mountaineering community forest as a BHS or biological heritage site, biodiversity heritage site, the conservation efforts in this particular forest has been strengthened with the BMC through the support of Meghalaya Biodiversity Board. And through this initiative that we have taken, we have clearly see a lot of benefits like the improved water sources and the regeneration of traditional medical plants. And we also, as a village, we have this very rich just very large treasures, I would say, that we own around 30 to 40 indigenous mango trees, which are 100 years or older. This has been preserved since our old age. And we have a cultural practice where we can only pluck to eat, but one cannot pluck those mangoes for any commercial uses. So if you want to have the mango, you go to the forest, you pluck it, you enjoy the mango, then you come back. And our BMC, since it's integrating in our village, with the help of MBB. We are currently documenting them, and maybe we can develop into something more that not just the local people will be able to enjoy, but each and everyone that wants to enjoy can come and enjoy our mangoes. Okay, so we'll move on to the next, that is traditional knowledge of Meghalaya. So Meghalaya is one of the northeastern states of our country, which comprise mainly of the Khasi, Jaintias, and the Garos communities, and we are the tribals people. And so each and every communities, in each and every tribes, we possess vast numbers of traditional knowledge, one different from one another. And not just the tribes, but one village to another village, we have different sets of traditional knowledge. So our traditional knowledge encompass like the practice through like agriculture, the forest management, the traditional medicine, the handicraft, the food preservation, and most of all, the sustainable use of natural resources. These are some of the just a few of the examples of the traditional knowledge of Meghalaya. And we have the Living Road Bridge, the Crown Jewel, which is the double-decker bridge. Then we have the handicraft, the sericulture, then the sacred grove, like the Mauplang Sacred Grove. We have the traditional cuisine, then the food preservation technique, and the medicinal floral and faunal products. But today we'll talk more about the traditional knowledge and biodiversity conservation practice in the area that I'm located, because I wouldn't be able to explain much more about the things that I am not experiencing in my day-to-day life. But these are the things that I experience in my life. So, like in Bolasa and Rayapngar, we have some traditional knowledge that is regarding the farming, the medicinal practice, which is we treat it for humans and animals, then the cuisine, the weaving, and the cleanliness. But today, since the time is very constrained and limited, so I won't be able to talk about all of them. I'll just take just 2 points, that is our traditional cuisine and weaving. So traditional cuisine or traditional food, or the food that we as tribal people or local communities, we use and we eat in our day-to-day life or every day, we consume them. But sometimes they're There was a time that through this local food that we eat every day, people from other places seems to like and enjoy it so much. So an ideas come up, and so we established this restaurant like Meiram Eo and the Latin Rai, which is a traditional food court where we serve only the local delicacies. Okay, and everything is organic. Nothing is there that we try to limit to use the things that are bought from the market. Also, everything is sourced out for locally from the forest or from the local farmers uh, that present in our area and community. So this food courts attracts a lot of tourists, not just from our state, not just from the country, but in fact it also attracts a lot of tourists even globally or internationally. And here's some of the few of the local food that we used to eat, like the jamardo, the bat plangsia, you can see in the picture. Then we have this doperti, the small fish, the shalnai, the crab, the paddy snails. These are all of them are commonly available in our community and biodiversity. So this is just a simple example of how the traditional cuisine business came into establishment and how it has grown. In the before section, we can see that from a small shop, which is around 2012-13, and then 15, then in the later photo, in the after section, we can see how much it has grown from that one particular small shop. Now it has grown into a big business ventures where it generates a lot of income for the local people. See, the traditional cuisine as sustainable livelihood, as we can see, they involve people like the small fish catching in the paddy field. Then we have the wild vegetables, then the mango wine, the sokmatan. It generates local employment, the papaya jam, the jam fruit, banana chips. These are all the products that we use, we create through traditional methods. And most of all, and to top it all, like for this process or for everything to happen, and every day, like this traditional food court involve around 80 to 100 people for to serve or to prepare everything that can be served to customers and all. And the estimated income that it generates, like during normally it'll come to 60 to 1 lakh per day, but then in peak season it'll come to 150 to 2 lakhs. So it's not just that it generates income. Actually, it involves a lot of people because from the farmers, from the women, and then like the jam and this wine, people are making them in their own house. Okay, so there's no factory set up, but still they earn a living for from through our traditional knowledge or through the things that we do every day. And then I'll come to the next part, that is sericulture weaving or sericulture practice. This is the life cycle of every silkworm or the Samia Suntiarusina. Okay, we are like in Meghalaya, we already have one village that is known as the Silk Village of India. Then we also have one particular area wave which has just got this sanction from or help from the Shark Tank India. And but I'm just gonna focus on the small one, the one that I can interact with. Okay, so this is the life cycle of the silkworm from the egg stage to the larva stage, the pupa stage, and the adult molt. And these are practiced in our very own household. If you will find like most of the household in our area or in the Boy district, they will have this eri silk in their particular home. And when it comes to the dyeing process also, we try to, as much as we could, to use the traditional process because that becomes authentic, I would say. We don't use the scientific method or like the synthetic color, artificial color. Even the color also we use like from the turmeric or onion, the lac, the mulberry, and even the process is carried out with the local people through traditional process. And then next we move to the stage of weaving after we have taken out the threads from the silkworm. Then it involves a lot of work to do. Here also we can see tools and machineries, although we have integrated some scientific method, but still we use the traditional ways and even the materials that we use are sourced out locally. And then we have the finished product. As we can see, this is the re and last silk. And these products are not just sold locally, but actually it was shipped all over the states, our country, and even outside our country. So, from all of that, what is the impact of traditional knowledge on biodiversity conservation? We have already talked about how our traditional knowledge generates income and provide a sustainable livelihoods for the people. So, through that, it makes them realize a lot of things, and that brings about to the conservation of community or the church, forests or the rivers, and brings about the biodiversity conservation practice where we try to bring again those old methods where how we can preserve more, how we can conserve our biodiversity, even if we are source out the materials from our diversity when it comes to a lot of things, but still we have to uh, develop a methods where we can sustain our biodiversity also. Then the cessation of chemicals used in paddy fields. This is one of the current situation that is very positive, I will say, because since most of our people live on farming, so with the coming of a lot of chemicals like the fertilizers and all, people start to use those for high yields and crops and everything, but it destroy our natural biodiversity. The use of this chemicals fertilizer, it destroy our natural biodiversity, like those small fish and the crabs and like the paddy snails and a lot of things that has been lost and the numbers are declining. But through that traditional knowledge that we impart and through this setting up of food court and all, since the demand is high, people started to realize that we have to stop using these chemicals products. And now, since we have stopping the use of these chemical fertilizers and all, that means our natural biodiversity is thriving again. The number of those small fish, the crabs and the paddy snails is rising again, and thus it does not help only on the biodiversity, and it also provides a source of income for the local people. Then it also makes us to start the plantation of castor plants where the silkworm is feed on, then the tapioca and fruit trees and all. Then these are some of the biodiversity conservation practice that we use, like the traditional packaging leaves with banana and phenium leaves, or we call it a slalamet. We try to limit the use of plastics. We try whatever that we can wrap in these leaves, we use that leaves. And there's one particular village that has adopted this method, which is totally plastic free, I would say. That is Mountain Village, where everything that can be packed in or stored in the leaves, they will use the leaves. Then we have the traditional beekeeping, the installation of artificial birdhouse, and food for wildlife. This is also one of the most integral part that have been implemented by the community. Since we plant this food for the wild animals in the forest, it does not just feed them, but actually it also prevents the wild animals from coming over to our farms, coming over to our village, because they are already fed in the forest. And this also helps them to rise in the numbers also, and we have seen a significant rise in numbers of wild animals in our local community and local forests. Then we also have the in situ protection and conservation of wild orchids, because there are some orchids that if you take to another place, it will die. So we try this in situ protection and conservation. Then the process of resource collection from the forest, we try as much as we could not to destroy the forest. While picking the leaf, we'll pluck only the old leaf, and we'll collect the honey also, we'll collect only the honey, we'll leave the bee there. And when collecting this gooseberry, we'll do it by climbing tree, not by felling it down. And traditional medicine will pluck only the flowers or the leaves or whatever part that is important for the medicinal thing, and without destroying the stem or the tuber or the rhizomes. Then the benefits of biodiversity conservation through our traditional knowledge. See, since we start using this biodiversity conservation through our traditional knowledge, we have come to this point where the implementation of biological diversity 2002, where they will identify and notify some of the forests as the BHS or the biodiversity heritage site. And in Meghalaya, we already have two. The number one is the Klaupur CM Kimi, and then the second one is the Mountain Community Protected Forest, which is the second biodiversity site of the state. So it's really a proud moment for us when these two were notified as the BHS, and it really helps us a lot. These are some of the few things or the treasures that found in the Cloud Museum Kimiying, like the Mount Doloy, the Maushing monolith, the trekking park, and the Mount Knor and all. But I'll talk more about, or a little bit more about mountaineering biodiversity heritage. So this is adjacent to my village, adjacent to our VMC. So it's located in Mountaineering under the Boirambong Sin RD block in Ribhoi district, Meghalaya. And it has been just notified in the 2nd of January 2026. These are the floral treasures that found in the mountaineering BHS, like the sweet flag, the black bat flower, the stone oak, the blistering macaranga, the Indian gooseberry, and so on. And these are the floral that we found in the mountaineering BHS, like the green mormon, the Asian common toad, the giant shield box. These are just something that easily cited, but maybe there might be more. And one more thing, the most important is the ecosystem service that we get from the BHS, like the main drinking water source for the village, the origin of 2 perennial streams, support household water for paddy field irrigations that are found in the mountaineering. So this, everything has improved with the protection of the forest, and since it's notified as the BHS. And we also have the educational significance, like it creates awareness on biodiversity conservation. Students an institution comes for field studies, researchers come for research work, then we have internship, and people come for project work and all. And way forward for mountaineering BHS is that we are trying to do is the establishment of nursery for medical plants and in situ conservation of orchids, construction of traditional hunt to serve as seed banks, then the promotion of ecotourism in the area, the construction of watchtower, and the reforestation with native species. So I'll come to the conclusion. Traditional knowledge is a cornerstone of biodiversity conservation, ensuring the sustainable use and management of natural resources while preserving ecological balance. The communities of Rakyat Bholesa and Rakyat Ngar have demonstrated that indigenous conservation practice can successfully protect forests, water sources, wildlife, medicinal species, and agricultural biodiversity. Traditional knowledge also strengthens sustainable livelihood through local cuisine, sericulture, weaving, medicinal products, and eco-friendly enterprise while maintaining harmony with nature. The recognition of mountaineering as biodiversity heritage site highlights the importance of community-led conservation and serve as a model for integrating indigenous knowledge into biodiversity management and sustainable development. Preserving, documenting, and promoting traditional knowledge is essential for safeguarding Meghalaya's rich biological and cultural heritage for future generations. These are the special thanks. I will not read them out. And so that is all. So I'll take this opportunity to rally all of us to let us keep on doing every little things in a great way. Thank you. Kodeshibun, Mitela, Dhanyawad.
Thank you. So the stage is open for the question answer session.
Yeah, Lursai, so the captain is Lursai.
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. Very good presentation. So I want to ask you one thing. While you try to do this biodiversity conservation, and you also find that what you have to do is minimize the use of fertilizers.
Yes, sir.
Synthetic chemicals and all those things.
Yes, sir.
You very simply said that we are reducing it, and therefore fishes and mollusks, their numbers are again increasing.
Yes, sir.
But do you also understand that you have to balance between what was the need of using fertilizer in your area? Yes. Is it that if you reduce use of fertilizer, something else will be affected, like your vegetables and other food products required for your territory, or would you replace the synthetic fertilizers with natural fertilizers or something like that, or pesticides? Now there are a lot of natural pesticides coming. They do not bother other things. So do you keep that in your mind? Do you understand that?
Yes, so actually before we used to plant traditional seeds, traditional vegetables, and there's nothing, we never need those chemicals, fertilizers and all. But later on, then a lot of agencies comes and introduce new seeds and then high yield ends products and all. So for those things, we need fertilizers. Then now with the when stopping using the fertilizers, we revert back to using the traditional seeds, even the rice and the
How
snow.
easy
So
is it in Meghalaya to do that, to reduce the use of fertilizers?
not every place, but actually like there are certain places like in Ribhoi we have a very like strong regenerative power
Yeah,
soil.
Voi is a
Yeah.
very great place because I
Yes.
have been there doing a lot of other animal related work.
Yes, sir.
They are very educated people and very knowledgeable and they understand.
Yes,
But
sir.
you have to take care of the whole state.
Yeah. Okay.
Same way that plucking only flowers, not tampering with the tubers. In a small place, if you do, it's not enough. You have to
Yes, sir.
ensure that it goes to the whole state.
Okay, sir.
Then only your state will progress,
Yes.
and that region's biodiversity will be really preserved.
Yes, sir.
Keep that in mind.
Okay, sir.
Very good
Thanks so much.
presentation. Thank
Okay,
you.
thanks so much, sir.
In fact, that's my question to you.
Okay.
Scalability is the issue. You're looking at cuisines, you're looking at sericulture. If you have to make it scalable, if you have to reach out to the other parts of the state and the country, I didn't see any indicator as to how you want to go about that. That's
Yeah.
one. So that needs some reflection. You may want to think about that. If you have an answer, good. If you
Yes.
don't, you can think about it. Go ahead if you have an answer.
So actually, because see, we are just a village level committee, so that I think so that is much more that we can do. Because I don't think so we'll have that capacity for that upscale and all. Maybe if the government will take initiative and maybe through this program and the project that we do, we can give them to them as proposal. Maybe you'll get a lot of help from other agencies and all. But we just came from village level, so yeah, that is as much as we can do, sir.
Right. And going back to the other aspect of, your natural manure or fertilizers and insecticide kind of thing, it has always been a challenge, and that's the reason why things haven't worked out at the national level, where how do you have more of it? Because you need a lot more than what is available
Yes.
in a natural way.
Yes, sir.
So have you thought about that part? How do you make sure that the need for fertilizers and insecticides in terms of chemicals is minimized?
So because actually what we are doing before we use like this traditional like manure from cow dung and all and everything. So now we revert back to that. So like I told you before, like for us, for our community, everything that we have now is in abundance. So, but your question is for the national level. So maybe that is just eye-opening for me, and maybe I'll take that into consideration, and I'll take that whatever we have practiced in our village level, in our community level, we'll try to project that into the national level, so that each and everyone, our fellow countrymen, will try to implement whatever the things that we are implementing. Okay, thanks so much.
A very good presentation.
Thank you, sir.
You mentioned about 30-40 indigenous mango trees
Yes, sir.
in your BMC area.
Yeah.
What efforts you have made to conserve them and expand them in the BMC area so that the benefit of these mangoes can reach us to larger section of the community?
So there's already a customary law where we cannot cut down those trees. It was planted by our forefathers, and as I explained before, we can only pluck them to eat. And like now with the integration of BMC in our village, we are trying first to document them so that we'll know how much is there and how many species are there. And through that, I think so because we are planning to propose one project. Actually, we have already proposed it to the Meghalaya Biodiversity Board that will make it like a mango festival during the mango season so that everyone can come and enjoy our mangoes.
Good morning,
Good morning, ma'am.
and congratulations for being selected into the top presenters.
Okay, thank you so much.
My question to you is that how your local community ensures that the traditional knowledge you have is passed to the younger generation?
Yeah, that is a big question for us also because until the moment we don't have a lot of traditional knowledge, a lot of customary laws. We don't have it in writings. Everything was just passed down orally. So in our generation, that we started documenting everything, this the traditional knowledge, and as we all know that traditional knowledge cannot be patented. So it's really quite hard also for us because a lot of people they won't tell everything about the knowledge they possess, and it has been a challenge, but we are trying day by day. We are developing that system and that understanding, and we are trying to convince people to share their knowledge so that we can document, so that because nowadays people don't have time to listen to anyone, but if maybe we can publish in a book, maybe they can read and learn from that. So that is what we are trying, ma'am.
Thank you. Another small question is that what are the major biodiversity threats in your area, and how traditional knowledge is helping to cope up with that?
For the time being, there's only this deforestation, then forest fires. So those are the only threats, and then the use of chemicals, fertilizers. But slowly and gradually, as I say, like through traditional knowledge, people started like earning. So they came to realize that okay, this is not good. We have to keep on protecting and all. So during for this dry season, also people have started to take care of the forests and everything. So most and then the poachers also has declined in numbers. So because people have came to understand that it's not good to just kill animals and all. So that is what is happening right now. And through this BMC, we are always creating awareness and all to protect our forests.
Thank you. That's from my side.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Excellent exposition of the glimpse of diverse natural treasure and traditional practices of Meghalaya that was undertaken by the respective local communities for their conservation.
Thank you, sir.
So, congratulations.
Okay, thanks, sir.
Bye.
Yeah, very good presentations and
Thanks so much, sir.
very useful also for the tribal development of Meghalaya. I just want to ask one thing that you just mentioned the animals on medicinal value,
Yes, sir.
and you also uh, told that you don't have much knowledge
sir.
on that.
Yes, sir.
I agree. Then, but have you come across anything else? What are the medicinal value they use for the animals?
Yes, so like in our village also we have a lot of traditional medicinal practitioner when it comes to humans and both animals. So like animals also like they will know when the cow is getting sick or the pig is getting sick, and they will know how to treat them, or they will use traditional method to treat the wounds, like for the cow that will herding in the mountains, and also some of them might fall and all, and they have some traditional methods to heal the wounds and everything. So.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you
Another
so
one
much.
small
Sir.
queries.
Sir, next question. Only one more question, sir. Please, one more question.
Yeah. Another small queries. Suppose you mentioned many things for the development of the tribals.
Yes.
And to suppose if we are to pilot the knowledge tribal district tomorrow, tribal districts for traditional knowledges, what is the single most barrier to entry you anticipate? Single most barrier. Suppose you want to make one.
Pilot our traditional knowledge to
Yeah,
national
yeah.
level. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that is I've told before because like in our traditional like in our community, a lot of this traditional knowledge that people possess, we also have that belief that it should not be just shared randomly. It have to pass down from generation to generation, just like orally from one in the same household. That is what is our practice. So that is one of the main barriers.
Very good.
Okay, thanks so much.
Okay, thank you so much. And Dr. Sari, please call upon next team.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Team 1, for your wonderful presentation as well as nice interaction. So next I call Team 2, Karnataka team. So the participants are on the stage, please. So the title of their theme is Arivu, the knowledge that talks back. So this is a traditional ecological knowledge validation platform that transforms indigenous ecological observations into machine-readable hypotheses and scientifically validates them using climate, biodiversity, and sensor data. So the participants are Yash Sarogi, Aditya Kumar, and Talam Sri Sai Subramanian. Your time starts now.
Hi, good morning to everyone present here. So, a library burns every time a tribal elder dies in the Western Ghats. That's not a metaphor, my friends. That's the ground reality nowadays. Tribal elders across Kerala and Karnataka carry centuries of hyper-local observation, which, for example, a plant which treats fever, a bird which warns of rains, when a tree is flowering shows delayed monsoons. It exists nowhere, not in any machine-readable form. When an elder passes, the data is gone. And such, we have about 484 such scheduled tribes in Kerala which hold such vulnerable knowledge, and about 14,000 sacred groups which document their own history. So, why do losing these libraries hurts the most? The elders that we are losing have intersection of two crises, and the knowledge is the early warning system that we are not using. About 30% of the India's plants, birds, reptiles, mammal species all lie in the Western Ghats region. That's under 6% of its land. And 1,500 endemic flowering happens in this region. And if we had known such traditional knowledge early, we could have stopped and predicted these landslides that's happening, that just killed 230 people in Wayanad. And we are getting a 3% decline in the southern Western Ghats, with some Mongwe review to add on to that. These are the tribes in our region who have given a big contribution to the society already with respect to traditional knowledges. So, what's been built and what's missing? These are multiple things that have already been built with respect to traditional knowledges. And they have a plenty of things like a TKDLR, the most common traditional knowledge data library. It's entirely in text patents, paper register with special pages. And there's no oral TK, there's no phenological validation. Similarly, we have a lot of them. So, like I mentioned, none of these links the structural tribal predictions. And there's no automated validation with all the different sensors and any consent at every level. So, there are three gaps that nobody has closed. Number one, on paper, there are 272,000 PBR, the public biodiversity registers. And that's only prepared. None of them are maintained. And about only 1,000 of them have been finished in our local Kerala body, with only 93 of them have been regularly updated. Now you must be wondering, why are they regularly updated only at 93 with such a high number? The problem is, the BMC workers face a lot of issues just updating these registers. They are in 31 different formats with a lot of paperwork that they don't seem to understand, which is not easy for them. A tribal elder, which is 60 years plus older, if they just pass away without giving their traditional knowledge, we are losing 60 years of traditional knowledge that could have been passed down to the younger generation. Another case, the extracted, the Jeevani case. The case was the first benchmark case where tribes were provided a share of community profits that was taken from their traditional knowledge. But again, this got scrapped because there was no consent that was given at this layer. So we want to take and make a system that tackles all three at once. So we introduce Aravu, a kind of knowledge that comes from watching the same forest for the same 60 years. So we have developed this in two different channels. Phone for the people, a sentinel box, which is a prototype, which is going to be put in the forests. So just going quick fast over it, we have layer 1, layer 2, layer 3, which is the Sakshi, which is basically the BMC workers recording the elders' voices, the Padvi, that is our structure, followed by Kalam, which is our validation engine. Next is, this is how entirely Sakshi works. You click on the teach button and you click on the ask button, it simply does the teaching and the asking, you can refer to it. Next we have the Padvavi, how we structure things down. We start off with the identification knowledge part. A person simply speaks, an elders person speaks in their own tribal knowledge. It gets translated. Then we break it down into an AI extraction and then we get the verified mapping over here. Next, this is our use knowledge, the dangerous data, basically the consent part of things which I was mentioning earlier. Everything over here from the community, the TKDLR and the shared wired-in is taken care upon. This is the prediction schema that we have that we'll be doing using the different sensors, the different IMDb, the geo mapping, and the eBird sensor that we have. And this is the entire validation engine that we're going to be taking on top of it. Next, so there was a common folklore that this holds up or not, what the two real estates. So the first one is a test day, pied cuckoo, that we had done upon. So the idea, the thing was, pied cuckoo bird arrives 27 days before the monsoon. And does that still hold up in reality? We checked and it does hold up, and it still is a traditional knowledge that still has to hold. But next, we checked with the Indian cuckoo. An Indian cuckoo bird starts calling just before the monsoon. That means monsoon, it signals about the monsoon. So when we checked on that, we can see a 92-day gap. This is there because it was not validated from the 60-year-old. This is the data which was taken in the past. The current data has not been taken from the elders. And such data has to be updated again and again to get the right answers for the validation part of things. So, coming to the sentinel that thinks of the tree, I'll give it to Aditya, he'll be taking on.
So now I will talk about we will going to put this Arivu box on the tree, which will always do the recording. So we are doing the edge computing in that, and whatever we will hear it will be stored there, and computation will be happen locally. Next. So what is like one module? We are using one module which have doing the 6 jobs. So these are the 6 jobs. First is like forest alerts it will give. It will record the forest alerts, means whatever the activities is happening in the forest. We are using the gas sensor as well as, which will detect the gas, whatever the gas and fire is happening, and the vibration also, like a person is cutting the tree and this all, which will be sending the alerts to the forest department, and DST sensor which will having the temperature and the humidity, and this whole computation is doing in this small ESP32, which we are using a tiny ML model. So this is we are using a solar panel, you can see it here, which have 10 watts, and it will charge to battery, and then it will get converted and power the ESP32. So this is our model, the tiny ML model, which we are running on our ESP32. So it will do the 12 class classification. And this is the process how we train the model. Okay, in this we have the audio and it get classified, and the neural network, it will do the classification and the training. And here we can see the classification. In the classification we can see the gunshot have the most, like 92% accuracy, and then we are sending it to like alerts with LoRa. Okay, it have the module, this antenna, it will send to by the LoRa, and it will give the alert to the forest department. And this is the fire alerts we can send, and the animals also we are classifying it, and the threats. And in the threats we are using the 4 classes which we will sending to the forest department side. So this is the whole thing. Our box will be set on the tree, and you can see why we are using LoRa here. The reason is that it have the long range and it required a very low power. Okay, and it will send to the long distance, because in the forest the groves, whatever the things are there, it is secure. So that whatever the things we are sending, it requires low power, because we are using the solar panels and the batteries, and it will send to long distance. And this is the thing what we have built with the ESP32. We have tested it out and it's running here, and the testing and validation we are done, and this is the next plan we will going to implement it. So this is our whole design what we have built, and this is the breakdown, what are the components we have used in this our box, Arivu box. So this is the whole design. Now I will give the mic to Sai.
So, coming to consent, we actually categorized consent into three parts, which is open, community, and embarked. So, in open, all the people where knowledge can be easily accessed, and community means all the tribal people who have access to this cargo box, and embarked meaning no only BMC worker and elders of that particular tribal region have access. So, coming to the live, I'll just be showing the glimpse of the prototype which we are actually working on. We'll be showing it shortly. So, this is the overview where all the field operations, we can see all the Carvo Sentinel readings, which are temperature, humidity, and the sound recognized, which is classified, and all the map. And coming to the Carvo boxes, we can see all the Carvo Sentinels which are attached. And coming to the knowledge, this is all the knowledge which is being stored, and the map where all the Carvo Sentinels which are being attached, which is being shown on leaflet.js. And you might be wondering, how would an elder actually share what they know? So it can be possible that the child or grandson actually gets all the details from their elder, and what elder is predicting might be actually failing. And consent is also one more important thing. And all the elders, once they actually they are actually being treated as authors and not as any informers. And BMC is actually risking, and this Arivu does not actually directly involve with the elders. BMC worker is the actual person who is involving with the elders. So you might be wondering, what is the need? Why is the BMC the right and only entry point? So BMC is Biodiversity Management Community, which actually manages people's biodiversity register, which is responsible for actually managing people's biodiversity management record, and also actually Kavi Sentinel validates all the data which is actually being sent, which is actually being monitored by temperature, humidity, and other sensors, and then in an all affordable way of 5,500 rupees. Now, we actually don't want to keep it as, in a hackathon stage. Right now, we actually built a Carvo Sentinel in around 5,500 rupees. And coming 6 months, we actually want to deploy one Sentinel and make it live. And coming to 6 to 18 months, we actually want to validate. We actually want to validate 20 predictions and also make it open source.
So at the end, I'll just like to say one thing. जंगल की खामोशी में भी एक आवाज़ होती है. हर परंपरा के पीछे एक राज होता है. हम बस इतना करना चाहते हैं, उस आवाज़ को संभालना, उस राज को संभालना. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So the stage is open for question answer.
So yes, and the team, good presentation, but you can see here. Yeah, I just wanted to know that when we talk about conserving biodiversity, you are trying to basically bring in technology.
Yes, sir.
To help them. But when we say we have done this, we have developed this, and we have designed this, what actually you have done? Can you tell me? I mean,
Yes,
these, the equipments you were showing, ESP32, whatever you have used, and the Kavu and all that, who are the makers of them?
Yes, sir. Coming to how we'll be starting to conserve the biodiversity with the box that we have created, the idea is basically we'll be taking this box.
No, who created these boxes and this?
So we have created it.
Okay.
We have 3D modeled the entire box. We have procured all the sensors and we have manually done all the electronics on the box.
Okay. And then how far you can go to really use this to help in conserving the biodiversity, knowledge as well as the incidents which are occurring at the level of forest and other places. How far you can go? How would this be affordable?
So currently the box that we have designed is just at 5,500 with the sensors that we have bought in a very direct manner. If we produce such boxes at a wholesale manner, first the prices will be coming down in the wholesale side of things. Second,
and they are very secure. That means when you keep
Yes,
in a forest or somewhere, you go away.
Yes, sir.
Rain comes or some storm comes.
Yes, sir.
They are okay. They are secure.
Yes, sir. So the material that we have used is PETG, that is waterproof, and the entire design we have thought over it. We had done actually 2 different iterations. One of that is one more design that we had included with the camera. But the thing is, the camera, for doing the computation on the camera, it costs a lot more. It requires a better microcontroller. So on ideation, we found out that without a camera, this job can be done. There are certain boxes that people are still developing, but those boxes are designed for human-elephant conflict, human-wildlife conflicts, and such boxes involve having cameras. And
so fine, we have less time. So do you also plan or you already using machine learning?
Yes,
for giving a better output?
Yes, sir. So for the current system that we have built, we are using a tiny ML model that, like he had explained earlier. So we have already received an 89% accuracy on the model that we have generated for the
and how far you are connected with the actual traditional people, so that your access to that area and also the government officials, so that this will become a fruitful event? And what is your long-term goal? Just last question.
Yes, sir. So coming to the long-term goal side of questions, so we have actually currently designed this entire box within like a month or 2 after getting a mentorship from our Kozhikode leaders, like who had mentored us when we had pitched the idea over there. At that stage, we really didn't have anything. We just had an idea. From there, we have come up with the...
So are you connected to the people who are having traditional knowledges, or the wildlife officers where you can be doing? Are you really connected? That's the question.
So as of now, we are still students, sir. But coming to the...
Fine, done.
Yes, sir.
I've got a very fundamental question for you. If you're looking at traditional knowledge, the way it is acquired and the way it is stored is in here.
Right, sir.
Right. Now, inaccuracy is one of the problems that traditional knowledge faces, particularly in the kind of issue that you're discussing here. Village A would say 27 days to the monsoon and the cuckoos start calling. Village B next door may say 23 days. First is, how do you validate that? And how do you cross-check and make sure that you are as authentic as is possible given the constraints? That's problem A. Problem B, collecting that information and data, like Dr. Mojumdar was asking you, right? How do you go about collecting that set of information across these number of villages that you have around these forests?
Yes, sir. So the idea, I'll just go through it again. So the idea is, first we have a BMC worker who will approach an elder. Elder is someone who will have traditional knowledge. Once we get the traditional knowledge in our app, it's sent to a database. In our database, we have all the sentinels that are
That's a humongous task. I mean, if you're looking at going to each village, an individual going out, spending time interviewing, collecting that information, that's one huge task.
Yes, sir.
And that will require a lot of manpower and man hours and stuff around it.
Yes, sir.
Going to be very challenging is how I see it, actually.
So the current system, right, as of now, involves BMC workers actually going to the villages and talking to them. As one of our slide mentioned, the BMC workers are the best way to actually get the traditional knowledge. That's only the best medium as we got from our research. The reason they give their knowledge is because BMC workers, first, they get some kind of employment. Now, these BMC workers can themselves be tribals who want to preserve their knowledge also, because sometimes these knowledges that these tribals have, they are not validated, like you mentioned. Like, for example, a tribal elder says that after 10 days it will rain, but it's actually raining within 3 days. But in that sense, the tribal elder saying is wrong. But technically that's not wrong, because the climate has changed and all of those factors have not been taken into account.
So that's exactly where I was coming. And I'll finish off with this last piece. You're using a lot of technology.
Yes, sir.
This is To me, it sounded more like use of technology rather than leaning on traditional knowledge in a big way.
Yes, sir.
Because there's so much of disparity between what you actually see happening on the ground and what traditional knowledge is talking about. I don't see that connect happening. So maybe that's something that needs a bit of working.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yes, this side.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yes, Aditya and Talam, very nice presentation. I mean, you actually came out with a very innovative design of concept. Congratulations for that.
Thank you so much, sir.
I have three set of questions which basically would be related in some way. First thing is that if the scientific data contradicts the indigenous knowledge and there is a departure seen apparently, how you will determine whether the knowledge, that the indigenous knowledge, has either become invalid or the ecosystem itself has undergone a change.
Yes, sir.
If you would like to answer this part of the question, I have three questions basically. The second is that this Aribu, as you have designed, it seems to be more of a platform for digitization of the knowledge, where you have documented it. The things will get documented eventually. But how apart from this, how it will strengthen the indigenous knowledge as a matter of doing some research or going beyond that, because that is a knowledge and it needs to evolve beyond that. And the third part is that if this has been actually conceptualized with Western Ghats, keeping Western Ghats into your area of intervention, how this could be brought into other areas of the country.
Yes.
You have any plan about that?
Yes. I'll start off with the last question, the Western Ghats. So currently our Sentinel Kavu box, as Sai mentioned, we want to first start off with the Western Ghats region because it's just a prototype stage and we want to see with the rains, the different storms and maybe some theft that can occur with the boxes. So we want to first validate with about 20 data sets within 1 year. We want to take some elders' traditional knowledge, we want to validate them with our box. And then further, as if that works out, and then have some field research on how exactly things work out. Since we are still students, we don't have the exact knowledge on how forest exactly works. We'll be having mentors who will be with us and we want to build the whole system. Once we have a solid system working within the Western Ghats, we'll take it forward across the different regions in India. That's for the third question, sir. For the first question, I'm so sorry. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah. So, if the indigenous knowledge is getting invalidated because of the scientific knowledge, right, sir? Yes. So, coming to that, sir, the scientific knowledge and indigenous knowledge both have to work side by side on its own. But what we will want to do is, as our box is the medium for the validation side of things, what we want to do is, first, as we get the traditional knowledge, the box validates whether the elders saying is right or not, and then we have the scientific knowledge. We'll be mapping both of them side by side. For example, once we fail on one set of the whole traditional knowledge of a thing, we won't just mark it as completely gone. We'll rerun the cycle. If we notice the trend over and over on the same cycle, then we can say that traditional knowledge is no longer working. We need to relook into it or read about it more, and then we can work on it. And I think the second question was about how we can publicly open it for research.
The second question was, this is a platform where you are digitizing and documenting the things.
Yes, sir.
In what way you will be evolving the knowledge from here after by using this Aribu?
So the website that we have currently made, where we all have the data and everything, that will be currently held by the government side of things, who will be handling this entire traditional knowledge, the ones who are handling the current registers and the digital library. And we have something called a 3-layer consent. One is the community, which is the traditional knowledge for the tribes. For example, a tribe says, we are open to sharing this traditional knowledge with everyone. Then that knowledge can be shared with everyone for the research purposes and for everything. Second one is only with the government. For example, a tribe only wants to share this knowledge with the government for helping the people. In that case, that's another option that we have provided. And third is the knowledge that they don't want to share at all. that we have also given. So that consent as a layer we have provided such that they have the control over the traditional knowledge that they want to share across for research and everything.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
One last question.
Yes.
What is the range of these sensors?
Yes, sir. So the LoRa sensor that is for sending the data across is about 2 to 5 kilometers in a dense forest, and in an open area it's about 1 to 10 kilometers. Coming to the smoke sensor, it is for detecting any kind of fire that you can see in the region. As the fire comes, it will get detected by the sensors and then it comes. I don't have a range on the smoke, like the smoke passes through the grill and then it notices it. Same with the DHT22, that's the humidity and temperature it gives for the surrounding, the nearby surrounding. Since it has a grid structure, as the air passes through it, it analyzes and tells for that. And next we have, apart from this, we have a vibration sensor. If someone is moving the box, any tampering is there within the box, it senses and sends an alert. And we have an antenna, that's the LoRa again. That's about it, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you
can
so
pass on to the next presentation. May request to Dr. Salute.
Thank you for your wonderful, innovative presentation. So after that, I call team 3, that is Ladakh team. Give them a big round of applause. So the participants are Dr. Javed Muhammad Iqbal, Dr. Talib Hussain, Mr. Mudassir Hussain. So the title of their presentation is Craft for Biodiversity, Transforming Traditional Craft Knowledge into Community-Led Conservation Action. It speaks about Craft for Biodiversity offers an innovative community-led approach that uses traditional craft as a tool for biodiversity conservation, knowledge preservation, education, and sustainable livelihoods.
Respected jury members, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, namaskar and salam. I'm Javed Muhammad Iqbal and I have with me my team members, Mudassir Hussain and Talib Hussain from Government Degree College, Dras, also representing HARC Solar, and we are also representing 2 tribes from Ladakh, Shina tribe and the Purik tribe. And today we are pleased to present our initiative, Craft for Biodiversity. It is a community-led conservation model that combines traditional craft knowledge, technology, and citizen science for biodiversity conservation. Our presentation has 5 segments, starting from problem statement, insight, innovation, implementation, and the impact. And to begin our presentation, my colleague Talib Hussain will start with the introduction and the problem statement.
Okay, thank you, sir. We'll straight go to the introduction. As you know, Ladakh has a high altitude place in the India and cold desert Himalayan region. It harbors very different and unique biodiversity in that climate, and its biodiversity is closely associated with their culture, with their traditional knowledge and sustainable livelihood. And despite that, the region has some of the iconic wildlife species and diverse medicinal plants in that particular area. Coming to the faunal diversity of the Ladakh, as per the study, more than 70% mammal species, 430 plus bird species, and 128 insect pollinators are recorded in the Ladakh. And the key species, important species, there includes snow leopard, the ghost of the mountains, Himalayan brown bear, Tibetan antelope, black-necked crane, bumblebees, etc. And next, coming to the floral diversity of the Ladakh, there are more than 1,700 plant species that have been adapted to the harsh condition, extreme climatic condition, and high UV radiation. These the notable and important species are Himalayan blue poppy, sea buckthorn, rhodiola, Aptera, junipers, and these provides important medicinal resources and ecological benefits to the people there. And next is, apart from that, we will look into the ecological indicators of those plant and animal species present there. So these are the first we'll look at snow leopard. It is the apex predator in the Ladakh, and its presence indicates healthy mountain ecosystem and presence of abundant prey. Then brown bear, it reflects an intact alpine climates and presence of abundant natural resources and prey for the brown bear. After that, it's black-necked crane. So it always resides in marshy wetlands in the Ladakh region and migrates into the Tibet in the winters when those wetlands gets freezed. So its presence indicates alpine habitats, healthy and rich natural resources. Then after that, Himalayan blue poppy, this indicates again a healthy alpine meadow and pristine habitats. Then juniper, it also indicates woodlands and sacred natural heritage. So, apart from that, after we will go into the problem state. Biodiversity is declining in globally in India and Ladakh as well. Coming to the globally, as per the study, since 1970, 73% of the population, wildlife population have been declined, and India more than 1,300 species are threatened in the ICN list. Now, coming to the Ladakh, there are many problems related to Ladakh, similar to the other parts of the world and India. So these are harvesting of medicinal plants. 84 of the 33 of the 84 species are at a risk of over-harvesting. Human-wildlife conflict there. And many attacks have happened since 2022 to 2025. Around 4,050 livestock losses happened there. And another problem is infrastructure expansion, limited conservation awareness, and low community participation. That is very important. Next is a critical question. Traditional knowledge is disappearing similarly in Ladakh as well. So the key important drivers include modernization, migration, reduced intergenerational knowledge transfer, changing lifestyles, reduced interaction with the nature and natural resources as well. Now, critical question. How can we turn biodiversity conservation into community movement or community-led conservation using traditional knowledge?
So we want to make one important point clear here, that conservation is only possible, sustainable, and effective when it is led and owned by the community. So, this becomes the foundation of our innovation. And one important question, how we can, as my colleague said, that how we can turn biodiversity conservation into a community movement. So, our answer begins with a very simple idea that people, protect what they love, people love what they identify with, and people identify with their culture. Therefore, culture can become a very important conservation tool for biodiversity conservation. Traditional crafts, Ladakhi crafts, are not just handicrafts. They are living expressions of our culture, identity, and traditional knowledge. By stitching, embroidering and knitting the biodiversity into this natural heritage, we can transform traditional craft into awareness, participation, and conservation action. So this has basically inspired our innovation, Cry for Biodiversity, which basically combines traditional craft knowledge and citizen science into biodiversity-based theme products, conservation database, conservation action tools, traditional knowledge and biodiversity database, and livelihood opportunities. Our product, this biodiversity theme product also captures traditional knowledge. This product comes with, with a label which basically carries the local name, its ecological and cultural significance. And at the same time, we know we are living in the age of technology, and we cannot avoid that. And to attract, because one of the major target group for us are the young people, and to attract the young people, on the other side of this tag, there is a QR code basically to engage and to involve them in conservation action. When someone scans this QR code, basically it encourages them, if they have seen some species around, they can submit their sighting. If with any natural story they know it, so through this QR code they submits the sightings, the information. So when someone scans, this pops up. They make the submission, and this basically comes to our database, and to encourage them, to motivate them, there's an auto generation of a certificate recognizing their contribution for their sighting and for their act for conservation. So basically this is a very simple, self-sustainable conservation action, where through citizen science we compile data, we compile information, we build up database, and through that database, that database is translated into crafts in the form of motifs, embroidery, or other crafts we usually use in our day-to-day life. And then after translation, this becomes heritage products. They go to the public. It creates awareness and also livelihood opportunities. Then the same then comes the QR code action as well. More data, more motifs, and that's how this cycle continues. So these are we have already tested this initiative in some of the colleges, because I said young people one of our major target areas, and the choose of colleges are also very important, because under National Education Policy 2020, skill education has become an important component of higher education system, and we were fortunate to have traditional hand embroidery as one of the skill courses in some of the colleges in Ladakh, where we got an opportunity to make the intervention, orient them to use biodiversity-based designs, motif development as the part of the training program. So far, we have engaged with 3 colleges in Ladakh, where 150 students were basically engaged through citizen science and skill training programs. We have documented around 30 species. But we have made an another innovation here, because we wanted this information to be visible, to be accessible, not restricted to any research paper or report. So we come up with this innovation that will compile this information in the form of a calendar, which is highly accessible and present everywhere. So we publish all our recordings in the calendar, right? And we call it biodiversity, bioheritage calendar, which is distributed across our project area. So artisans were engaged, because artisans are important, because they become very important instructors for the students, in the skill development. design prototypes, products, which the motifs which were translated into products, almost 14, and product prototypes 6 and design prototypes are 14. So I was talking about this campus mapping. We thought that, why we should start from our own courtyard, started from our own campus, Government Degree College Dras, where we conducted the campus biodiversity mapping, engaging the local students of Dras in the biodiversity mapping of the campus itself, because it's a huge campus, 150 acres with multiple micro habitats, and all those basically findings were compiled in a calendar. I would request Mudassir, who is a local Shina tribe youth who was part of this project, to share his experience.
गुड मॉर्निंग एवरीवन। मैं बीएससी 6th सेमेस्टर गवर्नमेंट डिग्री कॉलेज द्रास का स्टूडेंट हूं। मैं द्रास के एक छोटे से गांव शिमशा खरबू का रहने वाला हूं और मैं शीना ट्राइब से बिलोंग करता हूं। द्रास का नाम सुनते ही आप लोगों के जहन में दो बातें आई होंगी। पहले तो 1999 करगिल वॉर, और दूसरी बात द्रास इज़ अ सेकंड कोल्डेस्ट प्लेस इन द वर्ल्ड भी जाना जाता है। हमारे द्रास की और एक बड़ी पहचान है जो अभी तक छुपी हुई थी। बहुत लोग कम जानते हैं कि हमारे द्रास में रेयर मेडिसिनल प्लांट्स और वाइल्ड एनिमल्स भी पाए जाते हैं, जैसे कि जूनिपर, वाइल्ड ट्यूलिप, वाइल्ड रोज, और एनिमल्स में हमारे पास ब्राउन बियर, स्नो लिपर्ड और रेड फॉक्स जैसे एनिमल्स भी पाए जाते हैं। पहले मुझे और मेरे जैसे द्रास के यूथ को इसके बारे में कुछ पता ही नहीं था। जब हम इस प्रोजेक्ट के साथ जुड़े तो हमें समझ आया कि इस बायोडाइवर्सिटी को किस तरह बचाना है और किस तरह हमें इसके बारे में जानना है। इसलिए हम अपने कॉलेज के फैकल्टी मेंबर के साथ मिलकर पहली बार कॉलेज के कैंपस बायोडाइवर्सिटी की मैपिंग की और सारे प्लांट और एनिमल्स को रिकॉर्ड और आइडेंटिफाई किया। इस रिसर्च को लोगों तक पहुंचाने के लिए हमने कैलेंडर्स पब्लिश किए ताकि द्रास के लोग और बाहर के लोगों तक ये बात पहुंच सके। द्रास के बाहर के लोगों तक ये बात पहुंच सके, इसीलिए हमने इस प्रोडक्ट को कैलेंडर के हमने इस प्रोडक्ट को कैलेंडर के फॉर्म में पब्लिश किया ताकि लोग इसके बारे में जानें, इस बायोडाइवर्सिटी के बारे में और भी जान सकें, और जो यंग यूथ्स है ज़्यादातर मोबाइल के साथ रहते हैं, इसीलिए हमने अपने कैलेंडर में QR कोड भी लगाए हैं ताकि वो भी इस बायोडाइवर्सिटी के बारे में जाने पढ़े और हमसे जुड़ सके बायोडाइवर्सिटी को बचाने के लिए। हमारे द्रास में करगिल वॉर मेमोरियल भी है, उधर देश और दुनिया के लोग आते हैं घूमने के लिए, इसीलिए हम अपने प्रोडक्ट्स वहाँ भी लेके जाएंगे ताकि वो लोग भी हमारे बायोडाइवर्सिटी के बारे में जानें और उसके बारे में पढ़े और हमारे साथ जुड़े इस बायोडाइवर्सिटी को बचाने के लिए। शुक्रिया।
So these are basically some of the motifs developed by the students who are taking the skill training in different colleges, and also we have tried to integrate with one with National Education Policy 2020 and another with this Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana scheme of Ministry of Skill Development. So there were artisans who were also part of it who took the training under those training programs. So Himalayan blue poppy, our state flower, so these are all crafted by, basically made by the students and the skill trainees who are a part of the initiative skill training in different colleges. The apricot flower, seabuck thorn. So all these, the trainees and the students, they get proper orientation about the biodiversity because most of them, they come from different, let's say for example, arts or literature stream. So we proper do the orientation about the seabuck thorn, about the snow leopard, so that they'll get an idea. And while stitching, that's all again becomes a very important learning tool for their sensitization and orientation. The brown bear. Another innovation was made to transform this, as I said, these motifs into products. And this is one of the traditional merino shawl where we have encouraged them to stitch this Himalayan blue poppy. So it does the value addition of that shawl, the merino wool shawl, by this this thing. So as I said. They get proper certification under National Education Policy 2020. So these are some of our targets. We wanted to, when we started full, in one first year target, in these statistics, So community, see, for us, the community outcome becomes very important. So community, become citizen scientists, community become conservation communities, communities become conservation entrepreneurs. Women are as I said, women are the heart of this model. We try to import them as conservation leaders. The self-help groups, the rural women artisans, the college girl students. There's a conservation economy part also because it contributes to the livelihood. Our initiative contributes to all these SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. It is scalable, beyond Ladakh, in the Himalayas, Western Ghats, Northeast India, tribal region, and other indigenous communities worldwide, where you have biodiversity, traditional art. So what makes us different? It is not only awareness, it is participation. It is not only data collection, it is both data and livelihood. It is not only species focus, but it also focuses on culture. To conclude, I'll say we are not only conserving biodiversity, we are empowering women, we are also preserving our biodiversity, we are creating livelihood opportunities, and to end it, when biodiversity becomes part of culture, conservation becomes a way of life. So this is our team, and there's a very short video which we would like to play here. A narration by one of our team members, because they could not travel because of the exams and the Muharram. So we made a recording on our field work.
We are Team Government Degree College Das, Ladakh, and I am Khatija Banu, one of the team members. It is pleasure to present our innovative idea before you today. I want a moment from your precious time. Let us ask you to imagine a location for a moment. Close your eyes and think of Dras. Most people know it as the gateway to Ladakh, or perhaps they remember it for the historic Kargil War. It is also famous for being one of the coldest inhabited places on earth. Yet, beneath that harsh, freezing exterior lies a hidden world bursting with a unique and rich biodiversity. Just think of the mighty Himalayan brown bear roaming the rugged valleys, or the resilient aromatic juniper trees clinging to the high mountain slopes. But do you know this incredible ecosystem is highly fragile? And looking at this challenge, our team of passionate faculty and students looked around and asked, how do we protect this heritage before it's too late? Our answer was to start right in our own courtyard, our campus. We created a dedicated platform named the Himalayan Biodiversity and Citizen Science Center. We are incredibly fortunate to have a massive 150-acre campus. It's not just open land, it's a living, breathing diversity of microhabitat. So we decided to take action. We initiated a campus mapping project. Our team walked every inch. We observed, we recorded, and we tracked the local flora and fauna. By doing this, we built a comprehensive biodiversity database and associated traditional knowledge. We didn't just study science from a textbook, we mapped the very heartbeat of our campus. Let's be completely honest. If we handed you a spreadsheet full of complicated scientific names of plants, would you feel deeply connected to it? Probably not, right? A database by itself is just numbers on a screen. To make this data truly impactful and productive, we realized we had to translate it into something people could actually love and value. Our core insight was incredibly simple yet powerful. People protect what they love. So how do you make people love a fragile desert ecosystem? You connect it directly to who they are. People love and protect what they identify with, and nothing shapes our identity more than our culture. When conservation is woven into cultural pride, it becomes unstoppable. Suddenly, Every threat to our environment tells a real story. Every artisan becomes a passionate ambassador for the land. Every single product creates awareness, and every purchase supports and promotes real, lasting conservation actions. And this brings us to a beautiful tradition deeply rooted in our culture. Ladakhi traditional craft of weaving, knitting and embroidery. Historically, these crafts were much more than artistic expressions. They were a visual language. Through colorful threads, our ancestors wove, knitted and embroidered the birds they observed, the flowers that bloomed around them, and the mountains that shaped their lives. Every motif carried a story, a memory, and a deep connection with nature. Today, this rich heritage is being revitalized through education. Following the implementation of National Education Policy 2020, some colleges in Ladakh have introduced traditional hand embroidery as a single subject at the undergraduate level. This creates a powerful bridge between tradition and innovation, where students can learn ancestral craft practices while reimagining them as tools for documenting biodiversity, preserving traditional ecological knowledge, and promoting community-led conservation. This is our vision from the landscape of Dras, where mountains, biodiversity, and culture have long coexisted, to create a future where citizen science meets traditional knowledge, where heritage inspires innovation, and where communities become custodians of biodiversity. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Team Ladakh, for this beautiful presentation. So, next I call Team 4, that is Uttar Pradesh.
You have to open for discussion also.
Sorry.
Javed, Talib and Mudassir, very, very good presentation. But I have a question, which little logical question, that the theme of the hackathon is basically traditional knowledge on biodiversity conservation. So still you have to connect with the traditional people, and although it's a very good approach, because you are, I can only give you one suggestion, that whatever you have done is good, but also when you kind of embroider an animal or something, if you can write its use or its importance, then it will carry to not national but international NGOs, and they can further support you further to see the end of your cause. Also, you must connect to the traditional people of Ladakh, because as far as this hackathon is concerned, it is using that knowledge for biodiversity. So you have used the craft, you have done your level best to reach people and say the importance of the things. But I think you have to connect to people who own such knowledge and for conserving the biodiversity.
Right.
So that's what my question. You have anything to say?
Right. So I would like to make an input here. When we say here we are using the traditional craft knowledge as one of the important tools for biodiversity conservation, and it has been in practice from ages. So let's say, for example, you can see that this design, this is very traditional old design used by our ancestors through knitting. So this design basically depicts the Suru area, the Suru areas, the green values. So it was already there. Our ancestors, they use craft knowledge mostly for biodiversity conservation, and it has been a very important. The biodiversity has been a very important component of our traditional crafts. And number two, sir, all the products which as I stated in my presentation, it comes with a label. The label carries the species stories. The label carries the details about the artisan. And this label, as I said, also tries to integrate the modern tools and the young people through this QR code.
Okay, thank you.
I have a quick one, Javed, for you. Very good job done. Very impressive. But and I'm particularly impressed by Mudassir's princely outfit, right?
It's Shina tribe dress.
Okay. So the question that I have, you're following a Wikipedia model basically in collecting information about different species, which is fantastic, and I'm hoping it will work as effectively. But more importantly, I don't see the outlet in the sense that when you create the kind of motifs and the designs and handicrafts, how do people sell it? Because you're creating that opportunity, which is fantastic.
Right.
But I don't see the outflow happening. I mean, if you have any thoughts on that?
Right, sir. Because I had a very short time, so I missed that slide. I wanted to elaborate on the supply-demand linkage on the market part. You know that Ladakh, Dras, Kargil, they are one of the best tourist locations, and Dras being one of the location for patriotic tourism. So one of the industry which has a huge potential in Ladakh is the ecotourism industry, and it has been, a huge demand from that industry in Ladakh for organic products. And what we have done something different here in terms of product development. We tried to tweak it more for the ecotourism industry. Let's say, for example, when I say this, this runner, which we use it. So, these kind of products which a particular industry demands, which are, let's say, for example, the ecotourism industry potential in Ladakh, which needs it. So we have been in touch with some of this hotel industry in Ladakh, and they really wanted something very organic, something very local, so that when people visit their hotel, they wanted to see something very local, something very from Ladakh. So that's how a tweak has been made to develop mostly ecotourism-based products, sir. So that's one of the chains, supply-demand chains we try to connect. Another thing, as my colleague said, that Dras has been, this year we had a huge number of visitors for the Kargil War Memorial, and that has become another area where the army people are very happy to support us, to become, to provide their this war memorial tourism space, to display this order. In fact, we have done one initiative with them on the traditional Dras pickle, because that was not with biodiversity. That's why I didn't mention it. And army people, through the Kargil War Memorial, they have provided a space to to sell our products, which we have already done it through Dras pickle. And when we start this in full, we have ample opportunity in the ecotourism industry and through our army people. Thank you.
I have just one question. I'll just like to know, how will you measure the success of this project after 1 year? What are the indicators you've decided for this?
Madam, as young people are one of the important participants, our target groups. So one of the indicators for us is their engagement, right? Their engagement through this initiative, either through scaling or through their direct participation as a part of the whole initiative. And our outcome is Mudassir. Mudassir, being from the Shina tribe, from Dras, he is a part of it. He has changed. So not on numbers, but quality people who come forward and state that I have changed and I really wanted to contribute to protect my diversity is, for us, one of the potential indicators. And through Mudassir, many young people, because in present age, because I also see this opportunity as to engage young people in a positive way. They have faced lots of challenges like drugs addiction and all those stuff. So this also provides them an opportunity to engage themselves as biodiversity ambassadors to contribute for the good of the local diversity. So, that's how, the kind of people who participate, the girls, the artisans who know about 2 or 3 lines about snow leopard becomes an indicator for me, becomes an outcome for me.
As of now, how many people have joined this movement?
Sir, in Dras College, we have 3 semesters. So starting from those students are part of this citizen science campaign, around, as I said, 60 people. Already in other colleges, the students have, through their skill training program at Government Degree College, Kargil, Sabgu, they have contributed. So around 150 people, as of now, when we start our prototype, has already contributed, have become a part of it. And when we start, as I have already listed in my presentation, the target groups, we wanted to reach out more artisans, more young people, more local youth to be a part of this initiative, and they should realize that in those harsh conditions, like we survive in -40, there are also plants and animals, they survive, and they are very precious, but we need to come forward and work for them.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations, Ladakh, Team Ladakh. A wonderful presentation, giving brilliant ideas and showing mesmerizing crafts, connecting traditional knowledge and unique biodiversity of high altitude Himalaya. Now, I have seen that you have considered 5 biodiversity and ecological indicators like snow leopard, brown bear, etc. and so on. So, my question is whether these 5 indicators are sufficient to flag Ladakh, or these are only symbolic?
These are only symbolic and representative species, sir. As you already know, the diversity is very rich. So we just have to, portray our national animal, snow leopard, our national flower, our national, our state tree, state animal, and state birds. So we just thought to portray, to showcase some of the iconic major species, sir.
Okay, thank you.
This is a very good, very useful project. We have already discussed, presented. I thank you very much for that. I learned also from you. And some ethical questions I want to ask to you, that if this project scales up and becomes profitable or highly influential, whatever may be, how do you ensure that financial or intellectual credits flow back to the community that provided this knowledge, traditional knowledge? Another one thing that I am taking, that do you obtain the prior informed consent from the community members from where you are taking the knowledge, documented any things in a proper auditable manners? Are you maintaining that document also? No. Another one thing, how do you protect the sensitive traditional knowledge? Is it secret medicinal formula, whatever is there? So from being exploited, unauthorized ones. So please, you can.
Yes, sir. On the this economy part, scalability. I mean, one of the major the plans which we have, to organize them into self-help groups, so that they become potential craft entrepreneurs, and at a next level, when it goes to national level and global level, I think I personally feel that it's a common cause, and everybody should take it forward, from their looking at their own craft knowledge and diversity. So that's how our initiative might give them an idea, to replicate it. So that's how it will flow in and it will go. And about the consent part, as I said, that the community is a part of it. The young people who are doing it as a part of it, we are only adding through our orientation, we are only doing a value addition in the designs. Let's say, for example, earlier the animal species are not a part of the design, so we are orienting it, exposing it that this can also become a potential design component of their traditional crafts. And what was the last question, sir? Sorry, I
My
missed
last question was that to protect the sensitive knowledge, what is the secret medicinal plants, etc.? What from being exploited to unauthorized ones? Unauthorized ones. Have you got it?
Yeah, so we have proper BMCs in all the villages, sir.
Yeah.
They usually overlook the harvest of these, medicinal plants, and there's also a wildlife department. So that is there, but our initiative, you'll see, it will basically give them, they really wanted to have them, they will not pluck it, because the people who are getting benefited from its appearance, and they are getting an idea of design. So they really wanted to have it rather than pluck it and use for other purposes.
Actually, my suggestion is that because I have worked in Andaman Nicobar Islands. Right. I have seen that some animals are theirs, birds are theirs, and they were being exploited I have been approached by foreign countries to take those birds. They say Nicobar fowls is there. There is a disease resistance and of medicinal value. So I think in Ladakh also some of the animals or the medicinal plants, etc., they should be protected from being unauthorized use. That's my suggestion.
sir. Your
Thank you.
government.
Okay,
Thank you so much. We can pass on to the next presentation.
Hello, Dr. Javed and Team Jule. My name is Dr. Kalzang Take and I hail from Trans-Himalaya region of Spiti Valley. This is a really nice presentation and I have one basic question. When we are talking about traditional knowledge, conservation and marketing, I think when anything which becomes more valuable, more demand will be there and ultimately more pressure will be there in ecosystem. For example, I have seen in Spiti Dactylorhiza hatagaria, which became very medicinal value and later on in high demand due to that pressure, now it's going to extinct from that area.
Right.
For example, in your area also some medicinal plants have very high value, animals also. We marketize it, become high value, then people ultimately go for money. High demand will be there, high pressure will be in ecosystem. So my question is how to manage these things? Do we really have our plan for sustain in a long time?
See,
what is your view on that?
Thank you for this question. As I said, we are not consuming the product as our product is, our prototype is not something like that really needs that particular plant or animal, we are not looking to consume it, but we are only trying to preserve it just to recreate its, let's say for example, it in the form of different traditional crafts, right? So that's one of the major intervention we are basically making and looking for from our initiative.
Yes, sir. That's really nice answer, and I think
Thank
when
you, thank you so much. We can pass on to the next presentation. We're running out of time.
Okay, thank you.
So, Sally, Dr. Sally, please.
Hello. So give them a very big round of applause. So next I call team Uttar Pradesh. So the participants are Devesh Mishra, Muhammad Ali Hashmi and Sanoj Kumar. The title of their presentation is Dynamic Avian Biomimetic Deployable Detoxification Apparatus, an integrated biofilter and remote monitoring system for river and wetland remediation. The concept is the Dynamic Avian Biomimetic Deployable Detoxification Apparatus is a low-cost, solar-powered, field deployable system designated to address pollution in rivers and wetlands caused by sewage, agricultural runoff, industrial effluents, and nutrient loading and microplastics. So please welcome Team Uttar Pradesh. Your time starts now.
Hello. 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 This is good morning, respected jury members, all the dignitaries, all the intellectual minds, all the great minds that we have here. Every river tells a story, every wetland tells a story. So, the holy river Ma Ganga tells a story of about 5,000 years. It tells a story of civilization, faith, and various cultures on the banks of it. Along with the wetland sites, Ma Ganga is now in distress along with the Uttar Pradesh wetlands. So here we deploy our model. So here we, I myself, Devesh Mishra, along with Muhammad Ali Hashmi and Sanoj Kumar, will be presenting our prototype. That is a 1:3 ratio. The original model will be 3 times bigger. That is Dynamic Avian Biomimetic Deployable Detoxification Apparatus. Originally it was called the Hathorne Entropy model,
But out of the respect, out of the brethren of communities of the Nishad tribes, we named it Dadda. We call it it's Dadda. So it's now. These are the things that that covers. Right now, UP, Uttar Pradesh is going through untreated sewage, agriculture runoffs, that is eutrophications, and the microplastic surge. UP being developing very fastly has these problems. The algal blooms are causing cutoff of oxygen that lead to eutrophication, which leads to food cycle and in the benthic zones close off, therefore destroying the ecosystem of the benthic zone as well as the Ramsar sites. Now, for avian the core concept of this presentation or this model will be explained by my colleague.
So what is the foundation principle behind our decentralized bioreactor? It is inspired from the avian biology and the microbiome carried by the migratory birds. Every season, hundreds of migratory birds travel thousands of kilometers landing in our wetlands, not merely as a visitor but also as an active ecological vectors. When these indigenous microbes interact with the native microfauna, it creates highly aggressive microbial consortium. But due to the increase in pollution and the water pollution, the microbial diversity has decreased in the recent years. To restore to its previous glory the microbial health of the wetlands and to keep the migratory birds to visit our ecological sites, which are important for our diversity, we had prepared a floating bioreactor inspired from the nest of bronze-winged jacana bird, commonly known as jalpipi, and the feathers of male sand grouse bird for the filter unit. The model works on a four-phase process: passive inflow of the polluted water through which a water enters to in our bioreactor, biocoagulation of toxins and heavy metals, formation of microbial biofilm, and harvesting of that biomass. This model attempts to use nutrient pollution into harvestable single-cell protein while also cleaning our wetland bodies. Dadda is basically built on three integrated units. First is floating unit, second benthic unit, and third is electronics. The floating unit is a multi-layer biofilter which remediates contaminated water passively. The second unit, which is an improvement in our from our previous version, is a benthic unit, which is a microbial fuel cell inspired anode ports, which sits in the river segment, generating voltage signals indicating river health in real time, while also anchoring the floating unit. For the electronics, it is a solar-powered ESP32 mounted on the top of the floating unit, acquiring data locally and transmitting to any device anywhere. And what connects them all? A water-resistant stainless steel wire, hand-braided along with the munjro. If we look deeper into each layer, the floating unit contains 4 sublayers, targeting different pollutants. Outer to inner, each layer is sourced from the local communities. And the important part is that all of the component in the floating unit and the benthic unit is 100% biodegradable except for the electronics. Yeah. If we look deeper into each layers, first of all, here is an animation which shows different layers of the the monitor is not working. So we try error डाल and resume the striking. It's not working. काम नहीं कर रहा. So basically, we have used Gemini to improve the different layer of the bioreactor.
Actually, one camera to focus on to see these different layers of that. Lifetime bias.
So here is an animation. Here is an animation showing the different layers of the floating reactor, which, and if we look deeper into the floating unit, it contains 4 sublayers targeting different pollutants, outer from inner. Each layer is sourced from the local communities, and all of the components is 100% biodegradable. If we look into the outer shell, layer 1 is a locally woven moonj basket, which is a GI tagged GI tag product of the Prayagraj, a craft used across UP, Assam, West Bengal, and Tamil Nadu for the generations. This layer shields from the large floating debris, preventing to reach inner filtration unit. The second layer is of a terracotta infused with a moringa activated charcoal. While preparing the mud for making the terracotta shell, we have asked to mix a fine powder of activated charcoal. This creates a nanopores of 0.5 to 2 micrometers pores, physically blocking microplastic, colloidal iron, and cyanobacterial cell outside the terracotta wall. The terracotta wall filters have been well documented in rural Tamil Nadu and Rajasthan.
Next slide. Now, the I'll slide one more. No?
So the next layer is a composite layer consisting of 2 subparts. The moringa seed extract layer, which is hand painted with crushed moringa seed paste prepared in 1 molar salt solution. The cationic protein present in the moringa extract aggregates and neutralizes the negatively charged colloids. And the next layer is a muslin cartridge filled with activated charcoal, which is also sourced from the moringa wood. And the husk left after the seed pods. It absorbs, it is documented to absorb pesticides, heavy metals, and pHs. This layer is also biologically active and clean itself by biodegrading and restoring its absorption capacity. And the innermost layer is of a loofah core. Dried loofah fibers houses pre-inoculated microbial consortia as they consume the nitrates and phosphates. It reduces the crisis of the algal bloom in the wetlands. After 30 to 45 days, the loofah core can be harvested for the single cell protein, which can be either used as an animal feed or organic fertilizer after it passes the safety checks. This aims to convert pollution to the income, coinciding with the aim of Earth Ganga project. This slide represents the flow of water through our floating unit. First it enters to the moonj basket, then to the terracotta, followed by the moringa extract and cartridge, and finally reaches to the loofah reactor, where only the nitrates and phosphates are reached. and the clarified water compared to what it is entering in the reactor is discharged passively. Here is here is an animation demonstrating its working.
The smaller particles will filter out through terracotta membrane, the cationic property of moringa, and will be preserved as single cell protein that will be used as a biomass for feeding. The SCP will be transferred to the poultry or the fisheries if they are lab tested, and if not, it will not go to waste. It will go to the fertilizers, and what we'll take from nature we'll give to the nature. Nothing is wasted, and all the things are in source from UP only.
So this is
This is actually the previous version that we deployed, and now it is a second version. It does not contain the benthic units, but it is deployed.
नहीं 200 का
Now moving forward, we also conducted an on-site interview with the local communities, Nishads, the Mallas, and that we presented in the stage 2 as it focuses on scalability. We are trying to make the NLM model for the Malla community or Nishads, and then we plan it to implement along with the satellite guidance to map the data where the microcurrents are, where the waste is deposited. They gave a very influential knowledge, although due to time constraints, I cannot play the whole interview. But I quote what they say. They say, "Hamari izzat karta hi kaun hai?" We are diminishing, basically. So, by this project, I'm basically trying to revive the culture, revive the knowledge, and use them. Now we introduce the benthic unit, microbial fuel cell based systems. Microbial fuel cells exploit basically the cell is powered by a solar panel and which runs in light, and we take it Namami Gange and इसी पे focus करिए. We also have a Wi-Fi which will store the data that we have not connected it yet. The microbial fuel cell voltage, here's the temperature thermostat that will be in the benthic zone. Along with the cathodes, the anodes are in these terracotta membrane jars that will be embedded, and the source of these electrogenic bacteria such as geobacter and all. The data keeps calibrating at every 10 minutes for now. We are planning to scale for 2 hours in the future development. It is solar powered, and it will cover a range of 5 kilometer square. The actual model that is 3 times bigger. We call the basket Moongi. This is called Mooj basket locally. PPT.
Now, this is the benthic unit of our system. Terracotta pods act as the anode unit where electroactive bacteria grows. These pods are placed at sediment at different depth for monitoring. And above the water, the stainless steel mesh act as a cathode. And the next slide. The ESP32 module is the brain of our system. It collects data, process it, store it, and transmit it. The solar power and lithium-ion battery keeps the system running continuously. Next. Inside the anode, bacteria break down organic matter and release electrons and protons. Electrons follow through the circuit and complete reaction take place. This MFC produce a very small voltage and RC filter remove the noise. The ADC convert the signal into digital data and ESP32 process it. Next. These are the connections of ESP32. Next.
Attention please participants, 2 minutes are left.
The system is fully off-grid and solar power. And next. These are the circuit diagram. Next.
So now we have water resistance grade moon jacketed conductor. Actually, I want your attention to this. This is a monitoring system that is incorporated into Dadda. Dadda will be 100% biodegradable. Each monitoring system will cover one site, one Ramsar site that we are actually aiming for. In Uttar Pradesh, there are 12 Ramsar sites, and all over India, there are 99 Ramsar sites. So this is a deployable monitoring model of Dadda that will be deployed at one site, and the rest will be physical models that will be just there for cleaning. And during the change, we are planning to, this is a cartridge mechanism where this hole can be taken out. This contains the biofilm, and SCP will be harvested along with the microbiomes will be checked. The cost of this whole contraption that we put together is 600 rupees without monitoring system, and along with monitoring system it costs around 900 rupees. Although we got everything from scraps, so we didn't have to purchase anything, but our estimate for this is like 900 rupees for monitoring system and 600, and nothing goes to the middleman. Every self-help group is responsible for making this. The artisans that live at banks or river Ganga, Holy Ganga, are basically responsible. The knowledge are from Mallas. Every community is included. Every community is empowered. Also, we give them the respect they want. For my sake, the respect is the one thing that everybody wants, along with money that will be implementing in the model. Also, the moon's basket. Every material is in source from UP. Nothing is from outside. PPT. Here's all the ancient craft meets precision science. That is all the materials that are incorporated into this unit. Then site selection and sequence. First, we are planning to migrate to the Hyderpur model. That will be our pilot site. Then we will moving on to all the 12 Ramsar sites in the UP. Then, if the model is scalable enough, we will move on to all the 99 sites, Ramsar sites in India, where we are planning to move this terracotta membrane a little bigger, so benthic unit a little bigger, so will it also act as an anchor, and we can deploy on the banks of river Ganga. The maintenance schedule will be weekly, monthly and quarterly. Weekly, we will be monitoring visual inspection of the floating unit has not damaged or anything yet. Monthly, the biomass will be scrapped. Actually, the longevity of this project is around 45 days. So 45 days, we replace the cartridge system.
Please conclude.
We incorporate a new one.
Please conclude.
This is the project roadmap. We are currently in phase 1. Then we have phase 2. Phase 2, we have done that dual zone monitoring system, that is aerobic top and anaerobic bottom. Then primary deployment at Hyderpur, and then Ganga basin scale and attention we are doing. These are the appreciated and source and citations that are verified. And thank you. धन्यवाद. पारंपरिक ज्ञान केवल अतीत की धरोहर नहीं बल्कि भविष्य की स्थायी विकास यात्रा का मार्गदर्शक भी है. ये कोट रविन्द्रनाथ टैगोर जी का है, एंड वी विल, हम इस पे अमल करने का ट्राई कर रहे हैं. एंड इट ऑल्सो fulfills the ZSI mandate from taxonomic observation to ecological activation. Thank you. That will be all from my team and myself.
Thank you, Dada Tim. So the stage is open for question answer.
Yeah, good presentation. This, how will you do that from aerobic top to anaerobic?
Actually, sir, we are sorry to cut you in between.
Yeah, go ahead.
We are actually we are not focusing on hydrogen and what? So we are actually focusing on electrons. There is a steel mesh that is incorporated within the coal. If I can show you.
Well, that's fine, I understand. So they
Okay.
will disallow.
They will, the aerobic, the anode that is lead rod, that is pencil lead, and the electrons will migrate towards through marine grade wire, they will migrate towards the cathode, therefore completing the circuits. And the thermostat sensor is very sensitive.
And what are the chances of it getting choked?
The chances are close to none, sir, because it will be monitored for 1 month. 1 month, every cycle we replace the compound, and therefore we bounce it up. So any clogging that will take place, that will be only chance. Other than that, there is no, sir.
So in this audience, I guess there are a lot of persons and dignitaries and audience sitting
Yes,
who
sir.
would like to know in 2 sentences
Yes, sir.
what exactly you have done and why Malhar says you that हमें कौन भाव देता है.
Sir,
ये 2 सेंटेंस में समझा दीजिए. नहीं तो आपका इतना मेहनत बेकार जाएगा.
Sir, basically we visited to Mallas. They told
2 सेंटेंस आपके पास में. आपने क्या किया जिससे कि ये कम्युनिटी को हेल्प हो?
basically we are including the Malla community as well as the artisans that are village ladies that are weaving the mooj basket, and the Mallas are basically making the hydrological map for that where the waste will be collected, because we are focusing on microplastics and all. We are actually caring about the food cycle that is beneath the surface as well as the above the surface. The physical pollutions will be blocked by the mooj basket itself, whereas the benthic unit will be provided by terracotta membrane. So both the units, both the benthic zone as well as the surface zone will be beneficial, as well as all the there is no middleman in the community. All the community will participate. They are not just the audience; they are the stakeholders for that.
So basically, they will provide us with the site selection. The traditional knowledge they have been passed through the generation to generation. That information will be used to map very high resolution data, to map a hydrological map to where actually to deploy this model.
Last question. What do you mean by single cell protein? एकदम पहले कहा था आपने.
Yes, sir. The filtrates, the nitrogen phosphates that are filtering through the muslin cloth and going to the inner layer of the loofah, they are basically accumulating whole biomass. The moringa itself is a conflictant. Sorry, I will try to correct myself. It will accumulate a biomass. It will provide the perfect condition for a single cell protein to accumulate.
Sir,
बायोफिल्म की बात कर रहे हो या सिंगल सेल प्रोटीन?
सब
So actually we are collecting the nitrogen, nitrates and phosphates, which will be used to grow a specific bacteria, which will form a biofilm. As they will cultivate in the loofah core, they will also produce the protein, which can be harvested along with the loofah core.
Still, you cannot call it a single cell protein.
No, sir, we can extract from it the biofilm.
Fine.
बढ़िया. But my question is very fundamental. The Mallas, my understanding is they have been into something similar for a while now.
Sorry?
Mallas have been engaging in similar kind of activity in the past,
Yes.
right? First is, where's the prestige coming in from, which is what you talked about right in the beginning. Number 2, what is their incentive? What do they get out of this entire exercise?
So we will provide them incentives in exchange of the information they would provide.
Financial?
Yes, sir. Financial
financial incentive?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what percentage, what part, how it is? Have you done the costing? If you've done the costing, what is the margin? Because my assumption is if it is financial, then the incentive would be in the form of money, which will be coming from what you're going to sell, right?
So we have not yet discussed from the government bodies. So we have excluded that costing in the final.
मेरा एक fundamental problem है, हिंदी में कह रहा हूँ.
Okay.
मैं अगर मल्ला हूँ तो मैं कहूँगा यार क्या बदल गया इसमें? You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
नया क्या है? But anyway, good effort. Thank you.
So we are not only including the Nishat community, we are also including the model communities and
Kumars and moonj baskets.
Thank you.
मेरा एक सवाल है इसमें. मैं भी इलाहाबाद यूनिवर्सिटी से हूँ, ठीक है, और अच्छा लगा. इट वाज वेरी गुड. थैंक यू सो मच एंड कांग्रेचुलेशन फॉर दिस एफर्ट्स. जैसे इन्होंने कहा, आई एम आस्किंग द सेम क्वेश्चन इन अनदर फॉर्म. हैव यू स्टडीड स्केलेबिलिटी एंड कमर्शियल वायबिलिटी? उसका डिटेल्स नहीं, but it is possible to have it on scales, on large.
Yes, sir. We have designed a model for scalable addition in level 2, the ZSI only. We presented it. We plan to make 50 villages our first goal for the pilot site, Hyderpur model. And from that, each physical unit will consist for 450 to 500 units. That is what we paid. If we produce in a bulk amount, the margin will be much lower, and therefore we can extract it much smoothly out of it.
I don't have a question. I just want to share information. Now in India, there are 100 Ramsar sites. The 100th one was added this year itself on 5th June. So that's the only thing I wanted.
I have a question. What is the efficacy of this method when it treats the microplastics?
Sir, actually we are into the phase 1 and we are still trying to calculate the final efficacy of this model. We actually need the time of around 6 to 7 months to actually finalize the actual result of the model.
We have data of 10 to 14 days from the Prayagraj sites. And
You should also look at the other remediation methods which are available in the country and how your method will be effective when compared to the other remediation efforts.
So because we were primarily aiming for the UP state, so we only utilized the
all the
materials which are commonly available in the state, UP state.
State itself. And we are not outsourcing from any other state. Sorry, sir?
So, no, sir, the inner cartridge system will
The cartridge system will be replaced in
45 days. This can last for around 2 to 3 months. The whole set will be replaced at quarterly. At every 4th month.
And the SCP will be harvested
This
from...
core will only last for 45 days.
Only one question. You know that whether your DADDA model will be viable for all the wetlands across the country, starting from the high altitude wetlands to
Sir, our primary
tropical belts.
Sir, our primary focus is currently on the UP wetlands.
That is in the coastal regions. And then we are currently working on the pilot side of Hyderpur. Then we'll scale it to
other
Ramsar sites, and we'll make the modifications accordingly.
Okay.
The only thing that has to be changed, I think, so for high altitude is the thermostat, because it will vary. We can use the IIT based calorific sensors that we have included in our PPT.
Yeah.
That will be replaceable during that time. The costing will increase by 100.
Yes, that is the point.
That is the point. The costing will be increased by 100, I think so. 100 to 150.
Okay.
For that sensor, for that sensor. And the chip we used is accommodated to fit at least 8 sensors in a time.
Okay. And again, it will work for 45 days, as you predicted.
Sir, the water depends on the water conditions.
Yes, sir. The level of pollution in the water body.
In UP, we have tried. It is for 35 to 45 days.
Okay. Thank you.
So please give them a very big round of applause. Oh, madam has a next question.
Is this your school project which you have upgraded? Because I have been doing all these, assessing school projects. It looks a lot like the school
It is very
project.
close to our heart, basically. We can say that.
That's what I'm saying. That was it your high school project which you just kind of added a solar panel and a micro voltage and a LED panel?
It is actually working.
It is actually working, ma'am. Everything is working.
But it looks a lot like the school project anyway. But it's a good effort. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, the team. So I go to the next, Team 5, Team Tamil Nadu. So the theme of their presentation is Traditional Knowledge in Gulf of Mannar and Lakshadweep. The presenters are E. Kamaleshwaran and A. Maria Monisha. So the concept behind is the proposed initiative Ticket Filled Box aims to create a community-driven science platform that documents, preserves and transforms its environmental memory into a structured, geo-referenced and multilingual knowledge system accessible to researchers, conservation practitioners and the policymakers. So your time starts now.
Can I remove this laptop? Yeah, hard one. I will speak.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you for the opportunity. I am Kamleshwaran from MBRC Chennai. I am currently doing my PhD research, and this is a new innovation where traditional knowledge combines with the innovation. And basically, what is traditional knowledge? Traditional knowledge is a place-based knowledge developed by the community people through interaction with the environment along generation to generation, because it values ecological changes that capture fine-scale ecological changes, in particular in this environment. So why this topic is a concern as traditional knowledge? Traditional knowledge adds the historical depth to the biodiversity studies, because people remember how the environment was in the past and how the environment has changed over a period of time. Usually we scientists and research scholars often study the present condition of the environment to short-term surveys, but the local community people can compare the environment from how the environment was observed many years ago and how the environment was changed till now due to various pollution and various environmental factors. So traditional knowledge gives us a past to present ecological memory which is used for scientific studies. Traditional knowledge of Gulf of Mannar, Lakshadweep will be delivered by Maria Monisha.
Good morning, everyone. Myself Monisha. Now I am going to sharing the traditional knowledge of Gulf of Mannar and Lakshadweep. Traditional knowledge means skills, practice, understanding that local communities have developed over generation through their interaction with nature. Fishermen understanding seasonal wind, ocean current, fish behavior to determine the best fishing locations and time period. There are valuable knowledge about coral reef, seagrass bed and pure oyster habitats. Traditional knowledge plays an important role in marine conservation and scientific approaches to resource management. Traditional knowledge of Gulf of Mannar is one of the world's richest marine biodiversity hotspots in South Asia. It's over 4,000 species of flora and fauna. Gulf of Mannar contains 21 islands stretching from Rameshwaram to Thoothukudi. There are 4 major geographic zones of the Gulf of Mannar. Gulf of Mannar is marine biosphere resource. One is Mandabam, Keelakare, Vembar and Thoothukudi. The Gulf of Mannar is important marine resource regions. The sources of fish, crab, seagrass, seaweed, fish and coral reef and pure oysters, etc. The seaweed is the major sources of livelihood for women. The Gulf of Mannar traditional food is Patrai Karwad. Patrai Karwad means Sanskrit dried product. It is traditionally processed by local communities, Ramanathapuram and Rameshwaram peoples. The traditional knowledge is valuable sources of information and understanding the conserving the marine ecosystem. This is method of seaweed cultivation. For selecting the place and rope or net is installed in the shallow coastal water. Next one is seaweed cultivation of growth stage. A particular small species of seed and installed to the cultivation stages. Next one is seaweed farming. Seaweed farming is overall 45 to 60 days. So next one is seaweed cultivation in raft. There are different types of method using for seaweed cultivation. This is their raft cultivations. Then finally required to size of harvesting. Next one is transport to harvesting of seaweed, processing, dried processing to and marketing.
Hello. Yeah, this is the fish collection and cleaning method, and this is called as Patrai Karwad, which is used basically produced in Gulf of Mannar. This is the first stage, collection of fish and the cleaning and salting. They'll use to remove all the waste materials from the like gills and everything, and they used to add salt and turmeric powder, and they'll wrap it in a sheet, and they'll be burying it in the sand for minimum 45 days, and it is preserved. It's called dry processing, and it is called finally a final product as patrai karwade. It is rich in protein. Next.
Gulf of Mannar, important one is sailing vessels. Sailing vessel means paimara couple. It is deep sea fishing ground silently without scaring of fish with engine noises. It is do not use fuel. It move on to the directions of wind actions. There are different types of nets using in the Gulf of Mannar. One is gill net, beach seine nets, crab nets, and handline nets. This one is gill net. This is vertical deployed in the oceans. So in this net used to capture the small size of fishes. And the another one is trawler net. It is large and cone shaped. It is toward 1 or 2 boats catching fish, shrimps and shellfishes. Next one is traditional knowledge of Gulf of Mannar. Lakshadweep. Gulf of Mannar and Lakshadweep is important marine diversity regions of India. In the Gulf of Mannar, traditional knowledge is, it have developed unique knowledges of fishing, coconut cultivations, and fish boat building and management of coral reef ecosystem. The Lakshadweep is comprises 36 coral islands. It's touching from 400 kilometers in Arabian Sea and along the southwest coast of India. Lakshadweep center on pole and line tuna with tight community rules. Lakshadweep's traditional product is masmeen. Masmeen means masi karwade. It is traditionally processed by smoked and dried product. There are 2 types of fishes used for the masi karwade. One is skipjack tuna. It is scientific name is Catuanus filamensis, and yellowfin tuna. It's known as Thanis albacarus, are the principal fish species in the productions of masmeen karwade.
And this is the second type of fish. This is called patrai karwade, which is preserved in different method, and this is called as masi karwade. This is preserved in different method. This one is preserved under the sand and is dried, and this is the final product. But the masi karwade is different.
Smoked dry.
Yeah, this is the tuna fish. They'll be cleaning the same process, but the process differs here is, instead of applying salt, they are used to boil, and it used to smoke and sun dried, and the final product is this. There are different types of preservation method for different types of fishes, because it has various conditions for different fishes to preserve in the environment. Yeah, these are the traditional knowledge of Gulf of Mannar and Lakshadweep basically. So our concept is traditional knowledge of Gulf of Mannar and Lakshadweep combines with the innovation. See, first of all, we have known about the informations here. In science, we don't have any scientific authenticity for the traditional knowledge which is shown here. It was all led by the local people there. So my main idea is to combine the traditional knowledge along with the innovation to provide the scientific authenticity to the traditional knowledge of not only Gulf of Mannar, Lakshadweep, all over the world. So I would like to integrate the traditional knowledge into scientific papers, where scientific papers usually says the short-term surveys, published records, and formal sampling, which is used in a very short period of time. Recently, I went to Andaman. I done a survey. I've done a survey for 15 to 16 days. So I couldn't collect maximum amount of information from there. So if we collect all the traditional knowledge, so it will be useful in the introduction part to provide the history of the place, habitat context, locally observed environmental change. In results, it supports the specimen occurrence in the seasonality habitat use, due to which environmental change or due to environmental cause the species occurred are present in this particular environment. In discussion, it helps to present findings with long-term community memory, making it. So, for example, the traditional knowledge combined from get from the local people may have the chance to support why the species has present or occurred in this season, particularly in this type of substrate and everything. So, see, basically in scientific papers, in materials and methodology, you used to just add only the places. What are the places? Maximum you used to collect only GPS points. This is the basic thing. So, this is where a device comes, where science meet the fields. world's first dedicated offline survey device for traditional knowledge and marine biodiversity documentation, built for researchers who go where no network doesn't. So instead of, for surveys, you usually carry a GPS device for hitting the GPS points and a camera and notes for 3 different things for separately noting down all the information. So everything is combined into a single device called Traditional Field Box Knowledge Survey System. And I have built a website for the specifications of the website built for the device specifications. A field device for traditional knowledge. This is the technical specification. This is how the device looks. See, this is the device, and this is the prototype of the device, and this is how it looks, and this is the interface which I have built. This is the interface I have built, which is particularly for this device, which cannot be accessed by anyone. If the device runs only this application for the survey purpose alone. So, the first waterproof field device for who documented traditional knowledge, marine biodiversity in places where mobile network doesn't. Usually in field surveys, we don't carry our mobile phones, right? Except for taking pictures and the GPS locations. If we get this device, we don't need to carry a separate mobile device or GPS or camera to record various GPS locations and underwater images. So it contains of 512 GB and 10 meter water resistance and 5.3K resolution, and mainly it's zero network, so we don't need any SIM. It directly connects to the satellite. And the one device, every job a field research needs. A GPS without a network and record traditional knowledge, survey underwater, store everything offline. This is basically an offline device which can be in offline mode during surveys, and online mode after syncing the data. You need a network to get the automatic survey reports. And this is not a normal LCD or LED display. It's called E-Link electronic display, which is less power consumable and it will be long lasting battery life. And it's directly connected to the satellite. No network or no SIM is required. And it is at the IP68 water resistant up to 10 meters. And there are 6 survey methods. 6 ways marine to land. It can be used in intertidal, shore collection, snorkeling, scuba diving, terrestrial and trekking as well. The most important is the audio recording, video recording, written notes, speaker profile and various things. So usually we used to record, this is a camera specification, record in various languages, right? You go to various languages in and around India, and it has 15 plus languages, so we can record in their traditional language itself. So after coming to the network area, we can get a detailed report. And this is where the main application starts. This is the application which will be only available in that device. After getting the device, you have to log in as a researcher or a scientist. So this is the one. I have online and a GPS. We are going to start a new survey. So the survey date today, the survey number 1, and there are sampling sites. We will be having, if you are going for a particular area, alpha of an hour, for each island we will be giving a particular code. So we are choosing a Kilagara reef. And what kind of survey method you are going to do? Intertidal, shore collection, snorkeling, scuba diving, trekking and terrestrial. So I am choosing scuba diving, and I will be start time and the end time. Next, so we will be noting down the water temperature, visibility, at what depth the visibility is clear while doing scuba diving at 12 meters. The visibility is 12 meters, yeah. So we will noting down the wave action pattern, how the wave action pattern is there, and weather of the environment and tidal condition. And we will be noting to the substrate type, in which type of substrate we are doing a survey, and what are the observations which you used to see there, and we can note on it. And it's not only typing, we will also be providing a stylus along with this, so you can also write it manually, so it will be fine for you to write, and it will automatically change into text after you get the survey, the end of the survey. And this the next one. And these are the biodiversity observations. Usually, I have a particular group, so you go, my particular group is sponges, so I'll go and collect sponges and come. So other than that, we observe various things, right? So these are the biodiversity observations which can be noted down. See what type of flora, if you have any, see plants, algae and thing, everything you can note. You are choosing fauna. I'll be typing this local species name. If you know the scientific name, it's well and good. You can note, and you can note on the count how much it determines the diversity of these species in the particular environment. So I am observing 1, 2, and 3 observations. So after getting all the information, I'll get next, and this is the main thing. It's called GPS, start GPS tracker. It will allow, so you'll get the GPS location, and each and every photo, video and audio has a unique separate GPS locations. So you don't have to worry that you will be having a GPS device separate location and image token various locations. So each, like a file name for each photo, video and audio, you will getting a separate GPS locations for each and every file you're going to take. So the lat long is noted, this lat long of this area, and we are going to take a photo, video. This is restricted for certain purposes. So I took a photo and a video and audio, 2 audios. So I am giving next. So everything is embedded with the GPS locations in it. So these are the review stages. Survey details, scuba diving method, 12 meters, the environmental conditions. If we enter, it will be noted down there. 3 observations, which is flora, fauna and habitat, and the media is for 1 audio, 1 video and 2 photos. We are going to save the survey. The survey is done. So we are going to next. This is the survey page, and this is site maps. This is the main part where you'll be getting all the GPS locations where you started your survey and where you entered the survey. So further I will show the full map. It can be accessed all over the world. And this is where the traditional part comes. So if you're going to see any local people there, you're going to take a small survey from them. So what kind of traditional knowledge can be obtained from them? So I am going to record a traditional knowledge. So what type of traditional knowledge we're going to get? So I am choosing a reef changes. So fisherman knows where the reef changes. So I'll be giving the provider name, community or village, age group, which age group he belongs to, and what occupation, what he's basically doing, and site name, which includes the local name of the environment, and the knowledge content. You can either type it or note it down, or you can start recording from him along with his consent. Consent document, written or verbal consent obtained from the selected sharing level. So everything is there. You can give a public sharing, research only and restricted, and you can save the traditional knowledge. And these are the reports. And in reports, after you collecting all the data, this is the data of sample data of Keelakari Reef and Agathia Island. So this is how you get the report. So you get the area code, Gulf of Mannar and Coral Reef Survey report, date, time, and what type of coral reef and how many square kilometers. And this is the introduction part, and this is the GPS map you will get at the end of the survey, where you started the survey, where you ended the survey. See, this is where you get. So as I zoom, you will be seeing the start point. Yeah, this is the start point, and this is the coral garden, and this is the seagrass bed, and this is the waypoints which I have done various dives, and this is the end point. You will get in detail each and every GPS points, so you could track and can generate reports on the daily basis. And this is the habitat distribution. See, coral reef, percentage sea breadth, percentage sandy bottom, rocky outpour, and depth profile 8 meters and maximum 18 meters, average 12 meters, total area covered. And these are environmental conditions, visibility, water temperature, wave action, and tide conditions. And the salinity and pH level, we have a separate pH and salinity meter for that. Yeah, and these are the flora and faunal observations. It will be noted down, and the habitat coverage and the knowledge types. See, this Mr. Muthuvel is 72, and Keelakari Reef he said about seasonal patterns. So after getting Sundaramaya and Maria Amma, so they are given all the traditional evidence they are obtained from generation to generation. These are the environmental conditions, and these are the photos, videos, and audio which has been obtained from it. And we can also report incidents. If you're going there, if you see any oil spills or coral bleaching, you can also report to the government authorities. As I'm in coral bleaching and a moderate, and lat long will be noted, and area affected will be entered here, and you can describe what kind of observation you have done and action taken immediately and report to authorities. After reporting to the government authorities, a team will come, then verify, and they will take the proper necessary actions. And after coming to the network area, you're going to sync the data to the cloud. So data will be synced to the cloud, and the report is generated here. So you will get the in detailed report for 1 day survey. So you get the collection of details for a short period of time, get various information. So you can finally export the data. You can export the data and you will get a detailed final information for writing the tour report. And finally, while writing a paper, it will be useful for you to include all the traditional knowledge is collected from various people in and around all the environmental areas, even in islands and everything. And you can write the whole paper in introduction part, in the result section, and the discussion part. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tim. So the podium is open for the question answer session.
Yeah, so one of the things, is it possible for you to put a flash, say yellow, red, and
Yes, sir.
green, so that the data collector, or if it eventually goes to the villagers and others, they come to know that this is a condition where I should get, because traditional knowledge from a portion of people is different to that of the other island.
Yes, sir.
But if you can accumulate everything there, they can get a warning sign, for example, that somewhere they should take immediate action, and somewhere it's about to be problematic, say yellow light. Green means it's okay, for example.
Okay, sir. Definitely will include.
If you do that, that will be very good.
Sure, sir. I will include it.
And when you are thinking and talking about publishing it, which language you would like to publish it?
So,
in English journals?
No, sir. In
If you
all
can-
the journals.
Local newspapers and
No,
others?
sir.
If
Not for local newspapers and all. It's only for the scientific papers which are going to only for research purpose only. Because the traditional knowledge doesn't have any scientific authenticity till now. Because to collect various information, we used to collect from various people, go in and there and collect from people. So I'm getting all the information, creates a database of traditional information. If I'm going to a place and she's going to the place for the next month, she'll be accessing my data. And you can record the traditional knowledge, what I am getting, and compare with her data and write the paper according to it. It gives the...
But I would advise you to make pamphlets in local language and distribute there also, so that various villages
Sure,
or
sir.
various islands come to know about each other's experience, and that will benefit them.
Sure, sir.
This is just a suggestion. Over. I'm
Sure,
done.
sir. Definitely I'll do.
I just want to understand this.
Yes,
How do you cope, which was a question I addressed earlier also with another team, how do you cope with disparity in the information that is provided by, let's say, the village elder? That's one. Will you have a flash coming up saying that village A or group A says this, group B is saying this? And there's a disparity. That's one. So if that is not accounted for, I see serious trouble with this entire idea. The second is, except for scuba, when you go underwater, and so I'm sure this is water-resistant device.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's IP60.
Why can't this be an app on a mobile phone?
No, sir. Usually we don't carry our devices to field, right? So you used to, for underwater photography, usually we don't prefer our phone to use because it will easily get damaged. So instead of phone, you will be carrying this device.
No, but the same would be true of this device as well. I mean, this is likely to get damaged as well.
No, sir. So
No, sorry, I'm interrupting you. My question is, why can't we have an app which is more easily available to other segments also? Because you're talking about researchers. I'm saying, why not make it available to trekkers and mountaineers and across, cross-country cyclists and so on? Would be as good for them, actually.
Yes, sir. But the application and the device is combined. See, if you want to run this application, we need certain modules to be in the device itself. So in this device, it is directly connected to the GPS, and it is IP68, and it has specific ports and charges. It will be only used for this device alone. So if we want to use this application, we need a particular device to access all the options in the application, sir.
Good.
So it is not possible, but in future we will try.
I'll only tell you this. There are 10 other great minds thinking about something similar, and somebody may find a way of putting it up on a mobile app, as a mobile app. So just think about that.
Sure, sir. Definitely.
Thank
sir.
you.
Definitely,
Thank you.
I'll think.
Very good presentation.
Thank you so much, sir.
And your the box, TK box has come out so nicely.
Yes, sir.
So in one of the issues, no, when you talk about the survey methods.
Yes.
In the survey methods, you mentioned intertidal.
Yes.
Intertidal is normally a zone which is considered as a habitat. It is not a survey method. Even in intertidal zone, you can have transit walk, you can do sampling plots and all those things. The transit walk, sampling plots, and other methods may be considered as the survey method.
Okay.
Not intertidal per se is a survey method.
Okay.
So that correction is needed.
Sure, sir.
But otherwise, the app which you have developed for capturing the traditional knowledge in coastal and marine areas, it's good. But as other jury member mentioned,
Yes, sir.
it can be expanded to other terrestrial, other ecosystems also.
Sure, sir.
Okay, thank you. I think next,
So,
please.
1 minute, I want to deliver one more thing and I'll complete in a sentence. So this is the first prototype which I have been built. So first of all, we'll be building this inventing device and we'll giving to all the 16 regional centers. We'll be doing the R&D for at least 1 to 2 years. We'll be preparing the device and sending to all these regional centers from north to the south. It will be used in marine, intertidal and trekking and mountains for in various environmental conditions. I'll get feedback from various scientists and research scholars and all the feedbacks will be included and then only the device will be completed. Thank you.
Any more questions? Okay, thank you. So thank you, Team 5. So our Honorable Secretary, Shri Tanmay Kumarji, Moib CC, will be arriving very shortly. So I'm requesting each and every team to present their work, to present their synopsis, strictly in 5 minutes with 3 slides. So this hackathon has brought together participants from various tertiary institutions and academic disciplines, each contributing unique expertise and perspectives. It's truly inspiring to witness the immense creativity and competitive spirit displayed each and every team. So we extend our deepest gratitude to all the participants. A well-deserved round of applause for them. So we take a 3 minutes break.
Is also good. चटा सही अच्छा versus given by Jakasai, the last one. Innovation and creativity. Economic feasibility. यार दे देगा Third is fourth is
So our Honorable Secretary, Shri Tanmay Kumar, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India, has arrived. Sir, please welcome. So moving to the next segment, we will now begin the synopsis presentation. I request the participants to present a concise overview of their work before our Honorable Secretary. So the AV, please.
Celebrating 111 years of guarding India's biodiversity, the Zoological Survey of India introduces a historic 111-hour National Hackathon, bridging ancient traditional wisdom with cutting-edge technology. Brilliant minds across 16 regional centers tackled unique ecological themes, unleashing AI to save our ecosystems. From the grueling preliminary rounds, 16 elite teams clashed at the high-stakes Level 2 semi-finals in Dehradun. Now just 5 final teams remain. Witness the ultimate battle for biodiversity conservation at the grand finale in Kolkata on June the 29th. The future of conservation is here.
Thank you. So, as I told earlier, so I am calling the first team, Team Meghalaya, for their synopsis presentation. Kindly keep your presentation within 5 minutes, only 3 slides. The AV, please.
Good afternoon, respected chief guests, honorable chief guests, and this is a short synopsis of our presentation from the Meghalaya team. So our presentation is based on traditional knowledge in biodiversity conservation in Rajbolasa and Rajamgar of Meghalaya state. The objective of our presentation was the document of indigenous traditional knowledge, the demonstration of its role in biodiversity conservation, the highlights of sustainable livelihood and community-led conservation, and showcase the significance of Mountaineering Biological Heritage Site. Then the traditional knowledge and conservation practice of the indigenous knowledge systems, like the traditional agriculture and organic farming practice, community protection of forest, sacred grove and water sources, sustainable harvesting of medicinal plants and forest resources, then the traditional medicine for humans and livestock, the silviculture weaving, handicraft and natural dyeing, indigenous cuisine using locally available biodiversity, and the key outcomes, which is the conservation of forests and rivers, regeneration of medicinal plants, reduce use of chemicals inputs, and the sustainable utilization of biodiversity. And in the biodiversity conservation and community benefits, we have the community-led conservation, which is protection of community forests and wildlife habitats, the traditional beekeeping and bird conservation, the conservation of orchids and native plant species, plantation of castor, fruit trees, and tapioca, and the livelihood benefits that we get from the traditional knowledge and biodiversity conservation is the traditional food courts like the Meramel and Latunrai, the value-added products like the mango and gooseberry wines, banana chips, papaya jam, rosal juice, and employment through eco-friendly enterprises, and the improved water security and ecosystem services. Then last, but we have the Mountaineering Biodiversity Heritage Site and way forward. The Mountaineering Biodiversity Heritage Site, BHS, declared under Section 37 of the Biological Diversity Act 2002, conserve rich flora and faunal diversity, supports drinking water, irrigation, and ecological balance, and serve as a center for research, education, and awareness. And the way forward is the establishment of medicinal plant nurseries that promote in situ orchids conservation, the development of traditional seed banks, and the encouragement of ecotourism, and restore native forests and wildlife corridors. So this is all from the Meghalaya team. Thank you.
Thank you. So next team I call Team Karnataka. The AV, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are Team Aru and we are from Karnataka. So, in 2024, in Wayanad, a landslide killed about 280 people, and in that, about 125 people are still missing. This knowledge, and there was, apart 3 kilometers away, there was an elder who knew the knowledge about that particular landslide just 40 years ago, just by seeing the soil moisture and the climate around it. The problem is nobody asked him. That's the problem we are trying to solve today. Like mentioned over here, tribal elders across Kerala and Karnataka carry centuries of hyperlocal observation. For example, a plant that can treat anything, they'll know knowledge about plants that can treat fever. They'll know birds which can warn of rains. They'll know when trees flowering tells about delayed monsoon. This kind of knowledge exists nowhere. And we are losing these library. Why losing these library hurt more is because 30% of all India's plant, bird, reptile and mammal species lie in the Western Ghats region, just about 6% of the entire region, and about 1,500 endemic flowering species as well. And like I mentioned, 230 people died in 2024. So, what's the solution we are building? We are building a two-step solution. We are building Aravu. Aravu is a two-step solution which has an app. Alongside the app, we have a Sentinel Kavu box, which is over here. The Sentinel Kavu box has multiple sensors inside it. The point of the Sentinel Kavu box is for the validation side of things. So what happens is, an elderly person, for example, uses my app. He just goes and says, cuckoo bird is about to, whenever cuckoo bird speaks, 7 days before, a monsoon is about to come. Now, how will a normal person validate such a information? That's what Kavu box is here for. Kavu box has sensors like the smoke sensor DHT22, it has LoRa sensor, multiple sensors which analyzes the trends and then accordingly validates such information. Like we are validating the falsible hypotheses that are given by these traditional knowledges. So just giving an overview of how we are going to be doing this is we have a validation engine over here. So that's all the data sources that we are going to be taking in. For example, the eBird API, the IMD sensor, the Kavu Sentinel box, and we have a validation engine which says basically validated, broken, and weakening. Basically, if a validation is right, we use it as validated. If something is broken, we no longer use it, and that is an indication that the climate has changed and it's time for worry. And weakening is, it shows the signs that climate is changing. So we need to take action on it right now. And this entire system, we are planning to save the whole ecological biodiversity of that particular Western Ghats region. So that's about our project. We have built a solar panel, entirely 3D model, this entire design over here with the Aravu. And we had done two iterations. This is our next prototype that we have done. We have used LoRa sensors for the far no network transmissions, and that's our solar panel, which is 5 ampere, which can power this exactly. So that's our entire system. So thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. We are Team Aravu.
Thank you, Team 2. So I quickly call Team 3, Team Ladakh.
Esteemed Chief Guest, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We are from Government Degree College, Dras, Ladakh, and we are very thankful for the opportunity to present our initiative Craft for Biodiversity. I'll try to explain the synopsis of our innovation in what, why, and how. It is called Craft for Biodiversity, and why our innovation is basically inspired by two important factors. One, the local challenge, and second, the theme of the hackathon. Local challenge, as we know that Ladakh has a very rich biodiversity, both in terms of flora and fauna, and one of the important factors which is basically threatening the local biodiversity in Ladakh is, which we have found, is less community participation in conservation efforts, as well as less awareness among the community about its rich biodiversity. And going by the theme of the hackathon, traditional knowledge for biodiversity, so we tried to identify something which is basically a part of local culture, so that we can directly engage them as a part of this initiative. So that's how we identified, both in terms of theme and the local threat, we identified local craft, because it is an integral component of Ladakh, of the communities, and we basically propose to use it as an important tool for biodiversity conservation, both as a traditional knowledge, as well as an opportunity to directly engage community into this endeavor. So and also we know that there's also a very important population which is we need to engage them, the young population. So our this Ladakh biodiversity inspired Ladakh crafts also comes, we have also tried to integrate the technology part. This craft basically carries information both in terms of traditional knowledge, the local name, its ecological and cultural significance, the recognition to the artisans, and at the same time an IT part, the QR part, where young people, we can encourage them to be a part of it. They scan it, they try to submit their sightings, and they become a part of this effort. They also get recognition certificate on their contribution. So that's how we have planned it. It's very doable and something very simple. So let's say, for example, we engage young people to do the biodiversity mapping, so we get new species. So on basing on those new species, new designs are created. Those new designs led to the formation of new products. Those products goes to the market, encourage more community participation, and then more species submissions, new species, new design. That's how this whole cycle goes on and contributes to a community-led sustainable biodiversity conservation cycle. These are some of the pilot actions which we have already initiated in some of the colleges, engaging college students as a citizen scientists, as skill trainers, as artisans. There's a calendar component also to make it a part of our everyday life. The whole observation and records are reproduced in the form of a calendar, so that it is easily accessible. The records are easily visible everywhere. So that's all about our initiative from Dras, Ladakh. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Team Ladakh. I'd like to call Team Uttar Pradesh.
Good afternoon, Honorable Minister, respected guests, and all the intellectual minds out there. I present you the Dynamic Avian Biomimetic Deployable Detoxification Apparatus. Actually, Uttar Pradesh is going to a wetland crisis right now, along with the riverside crisis. Agricultural runoffs are killing the life inside. Now, the Dada is basically a system architect that is covered with the outer layer is of moonch, the inner layer is of terracotta membrane, which is coagulated by moringa. Nothing is working. So, sorry for the technical difficulties. The Uttar Pradesh is going to wetland problems. The biodiversity is dying. Ramsar sites need to be conserved. So, हमने क्या किया है? हमने रूरल पॉपुलेशन से, हमने सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप से, हमने बहुत छोटी पॉपुलेशन से एकदम रूरल जाके वहाँ से उनकी ट्रेडिशनल नॉलेज उठाई. ट्रेडिशनल नॉलेज मूंज वीविंग बास्केट्स जो कि बाहर के फिजिकल पॉल्यूटेंट्स को अलग करेंगे. देन वी हैव द सेकेंड थिंग दैट इज टेराकोटा मेम्ब्रेन दैट इज मेड बाय कुम्हार कम्युनिटी इन उत्तर प्रदेश ओनली. दैट इज जो कि और माइक्रोप्लास्टिक्स को अलग करेंगे एंड द माइक्रोप्लास्टिक शुड बी कंटेन बिटवीन मूंज बास्केट एंड द टेराकोटा मेम्ब्रेन इटसेल्फ. नाउ द टेराकोटा मेम्ब्रेन इज लाइंड बाय मोरिंगा, जिसे हम सहजन बोलते हैं. सहजन जो है वो बायोमास को एक्यूमुलेट करेगा और नीचे की तरफ बैठा देगा. अंदर की तरफ तुरई है जिसे हम लूफा कहते हैं. लूफा का इनर कोर में हम एससीपी को ग्रो करवा रहे हैं. एससीपी जो इनर बायोमास है वो एससीपी को ग्रोथ करवाएगा. एससीपी विल गो directly to fisheries and poultry, चिकन और फिशरीज एक्वेरीज में जाएगा. अगर वो लैब टेस्ट होके फेल हो जाता है तो फर्टिलाइजर्स में चला जाएगा. बेसिकली जो हम प्रकृति से ले रहे हैं वो हम वापस प्रकृति को दे रहे हैं. फिर देन वी आर मूविंग ऑन. हमने इसमें मॉनिटरिंग सिस्टम अटैच किया है जो कि EPS 32 पे काम करता है. 2 घंटे में हर बार अपना डेटा बेचता है. We are focusing on turbidity reduction, heavy metal removal, microplastic interception and eutrophication reduction. हमारा काम है middleman को eliminate करना, और जो विलेज कम्युनिटीज़ हैं वो सिर्फ देखें ना, वो स्टेक होल्डर्स हों, वो पार्टिसिपेट करें, वो इकोनॉमिक हो. हम कल्चरल कम्युनिटीज़ को उनकी सिग्निफिकेंस दिखाना चाहते हैं. वी आर इंटीग्रेटिंग मल्ला कम्युनिटीज़ इन पार्ट ऑफ आर हाइड्रोलॉजिकल मैप कि हम ये बास्केट कहाँ कहाँ डिप्लॉय करेंगे जिससे पोल्यूशन रुक सके. तो फॉर उसके लिए हम मल्ला ट्राइब की हेल्प ले लेंगे, उनको कुछ इंसेंटिव प्रोवाइड करेंगे. बेसिकली हम इसे सोफिस्टिकेटेड दिखा सकते थे, हम इसे अच्छा दिखा सकते थे. इसका जो साइंटिफिक वर्जन आता है वो 5 से 6 हज़ार का पड़ता. बट वी हैव मेड इट पॉसिबल अलॉन्ग विद द मॉनिटरिंग साइड यूनिट फॉर 1000 रुपीज़ एंड इट वर्क्स. हमने 500-600 में इसका फिजिकल यूनिट बनाया है. ये हमें और भी अच्छा दिखा सकते थे, बट वी हैव मेड इट टू लुक इट वर्क्स बेसिकली, एंड दैट्स ऑल इट नीड टू डू. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Uttar Pradesh. Last team I call, Team 5, Team Tamil Nadu.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kamleshwaran, and my topic is about traditional knowledge in marine environment in Gulf of Mannar, Lakshadweep. Basically, my idea is to give the scientific authenticity for the traditional knowledge which can be used in scientific papers, and create a database for the traditional knowledge which can be used in various scientific research papers. And I have invented a device by which we can easily collect the traditional knowledge from various environmental types. This is called traditional knowledge field box, a knowledge survey system. And the field box is a bridge between the community knowledge and the science, and records how the place change over a period of time, and creates a digital geofencing archive, and works offline too, and organize information in scientific ways and in authentic way, and help researchers to verify local knowledge. It supports the new scientific writing. It is useful for early warning, and shows long-term environmental change, in particular in the environment, helps to protect the biodiversity and natural products by linking the ecological memory with the reef science. It can support the sponge research and marine discoveries. And this is the application. In this application, we can get all the details of the survey, and we can also record the traditional knowledge, which includes various categories, and we'll automatically get the GIS maps at the end of the survey. And these are the traditional knowledge which can be recorded, and there are the reports, and it includes the team members and what are the incidents which can be reported, also been shown here. It can be taken for by government agents. And these are the final reports. For example, we're getting the Agati Highland, you will get the detailed survey report of a particular day, and you get the detailed GPS maps and points and various survey points of various regions, not only for India, it can be used all over the world. It can be Lakshadweep, SS, Gulf of Mannar, and the GPS points are noted down here. And these are the habitat distribution, depth profile, and the environmental conditions and survey team members. And these are flora and fauna which are collected particularly in the environment by the local people who live there. And this is the habitat coverage of each one. And these are the 4 knowledge which is collected from the local people from Agati. And this is the ghost net, the incident report, and the photos, videos, and audios. And this is the report, and by this we can easily collect the traditional knowledge from various environmental science. Thank you.
Thank you all participating team. A big round of applause for their contribution. So with permission of Honorable Secretary, sir, we take few minutes to set up the stage. Thank you, sir. It is our ultimate honor to invite our chief guest for today's grand finale, Shri Tanmay Kumar, Secretary to the Government of India, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, to kindly grace the stage and take his seat. May I now have the privilege of inviting the Additional Director General, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Shri Ramesh Pandey, to kindly come up on stage and occupy the dais. It's my distinct honor to invite CEO Campa Shri Anand Mohan to the dais and take the seat. We are deeply privileged to have with us our Additional Secretary, Shri Ved Prakash Mishra, to step up to the stage and take his seat. So we are deeply privileged to have with us Srimati Meenakshi Rawat, Additional Secretary and Financial Advisor, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. Please welcome, Madam. I now invite the Director, Botanical Survey of India, Dr. Kanad Das, to please grace the stage and take his seat. Finally, I request the Director of Zoological Survey of India, Dr. Dhriti Banerjee, to kindly walk up the stage and occupy the dais. As per our rich traditions, we begin every auspicious occasion by seeking the blessings of Lord Ganesha, the remover of obstacles. To invoke these divine blessings, I request Ms. Debashri Dam to kindly come up on stage and perform the Ganesh Vandana.
वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभा निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देवा सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा गुरुर्ब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णु गुरुर्देवो महेश्वरः गुरु साक्षात् परं ब्रह्म तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः मन्नाथः श्रीजगन्नाथः मद्गुरु श्री जगद्गुरु मदात्मा सर्वभूतात्मा तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः ॐ श्री गुरवे नमः ॐ
May I request our Honorable Director, Dr. Shriti Banerjee, to felicitate our Chief Guest, Shri Tanmay Kumar, with a traditional shawl, sustainable plant, and a memento. May I request, Madam, to honor our guest of honor, Shri Ramesh Pandey, with a token of our appreciation. I request Madam to kindly felicitate Shri Anand Mohan with a token of respect. Claps can be louder, please. A token of appreciation to our Additional Secretary, Srimati Meenakshi Rawat. We also take this moment to felicitate our Joint Secretary, Shri Ved Prakash Misra. I take this opportunity to request our Madam to kindly do the honor to Dr. Kanad Das, Director, Botanical Survey of India. It's our distinct privilege to felicitate the visionary leader who guides our department daily with unwavering dedication, absolute integrity, and immense administrative wisdom. I'm speaking of none other than our esteemed director, Dr. Shriti Banerjee. May I humbly request our additional director, Dr. C. Raghunathan, to kindly honor our director. We were privileged to have a panel of distinguished experts to evaluate the incredible talents. I request our Director, Madam, to kindly do the honor to our jury members. I invite Dr. K. Ravichandran, IFS, Director, Indian Institute of Forest Management, Bhopal. Dr. Subir S. Majumdar, Director General, Gujarat Biotechnology University. Dr. Naz Rizvi, Director, National Museum of Natural History. Mr. Ayaz Ahmed Safi, Professor of Practice at IQCT UWSB. Thank you, Madam. The Zoological Survey of India, a leading institution of faunal exploration, taxonomical and ecological studies under the aegis of Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India, has been a significant contributor to faunal exploration and documentation for more than 100 years. To begin today's event, let us take a moment to welcome our esteemed guests who have graced this occasion with their kind presence. For this, I request Dr. C. Raghunathan, Additional Director, ZSI, to kindly deliver the welcome address.
Very good afternoon to everyone. Honorable Chief Guest of today's function, as Secretary to Government of India, Minister of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Honorable Guest of Honor of today's function, Additional Director General of Forest, Minister of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India, respected Chief Controller of CEO of National Campa, Mr. Anand Mogan, respected Additional Secretary and Financial Advisor to Government of India, Minister of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Madam Meenakshi Rawat, respected Joint Secretary to Government of India, Mr. Ved Prakash Misra, respected Director of Botanical Survey of India, Dr. Karnath Das, and respected Director of Zoological Survey of India, Dr. Triti Banerjee, and our distinguished judges, Dr. K. Ravichandran, Director, Indian Institute of Forest Management, Dr. Naz Rizvi, Director, National Museum of Natural History, Dr. Subir Majumdar, Director General, Gujarat Biotechnology University, Dr. Safi, Professor, IQCT of International Business School at Calcutta. Indeed, it gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all on the grand finale of 111 hours of Hackathon that has been arranged by the Zoological Survey of India in commemoration of the 111 years of Zoological Survey of India. The topic that has been given for this hackathon is traditional knowledge in biodiversity conservation. I like to slightly touch upon the traditional knowledge on this occasion, how the country moves forward on this particular occasion while welcoming this distinguished dignitaries on the dais as well as off the dais. Traditional knowledge is nothing but the cumulative body of the information, innovation, belief and practices that has been developed by the indigenous communities as well as local populations across the globe with interaction with the natural environment over the period of several decades and several years, several hundreds of years. This knowledge has been transferred from generation to generation by traditional practices as well as traditions, natural traditions. These traditional knowledges playing a pivotal role for the conservation of biodiversity, sustainable utilization of the bioresources, and also the climate resilience. Often, traditional knowledge also very much useful for augmentation of the fauna, flora, forest, and water, especially the human inhabited area by depleting the forest resources. As per the World Bank data, it indicates that 461 million local populations are spread across the world. They are all belonging to about 5,000 different tribes. These 461 million population is responsible for conserving the about 80% of the biodiversity all across the world in their traditional territories. Over the few decades, the knowledge of the tradition or traditional knowledge is being disintegrated due to two reasons. One is that modern resources overshadowed the traditional knowledge. As a result, people start forgetting this traditional knowledge. The second thing is regarding the traditional knowledge, these medicinal plants, considered as medicinal plants, are also declined. These are the two reasons in which the traditional knowledge, usage of the traditional knowledge in deteriorated in the recent past. If you look at our country has got the total protected area about 1,022 protected already been designated by Government of India, Ministry of Forest and Climate Change to protect the biodiversity of our country. If you look at the total area of this protected area is amounting to 1,75,169 square kilometer, which contributes about, it's equivalent to 5.24% of our country's land mass. Out of this 1,75,169 square kilometer protected area, 8,464 square kilometer is called as community reserves. It means this 8,464 square kilometers purely government by local community in which our biodiversity is being protected. Our country also, we have about 104 million people are local communities. These 104 million people having the knowledge of traditional knowledge that has been documented by the Government of India, it says that about 10,000 medicinal plants have been documented based on the knowledge that has been given by 104 million Indian population, those who are local communities. In addition to that, about 7,000 medicinal plants still in practice based on the knowledge that has been given by the local communities all across in our country, you can say that. This traditional knowledge also playing a vital role for economic development of the world, we can say that. Say for example, in the year 1992, about 4 lakh tons of material that has come out of this traditional knowledge, especially from medicinal plants as well as aromatic plants, that has been exported to various countries to the tune of $4.1 trillion. China is leading first, as per the present scenario. China is leading first, and it exports about 140 tons of products that is derived out of the plant, especially medicinal plants and aromatic plants being exported to different countries. India stands second as far as export of the product that comes out of the medicinal plant and aromatic plants to different countries. India is exporting about 35,000 tons of material every year exporting from the traditional knowledge. But if you look at the economic point of view as well as revenue point of view, our country stands 5th position, even though we are exporting. Export point of view, quantity point of view, we are in 2nd position throughout the world, but economic point of view, we are in 5th position. The reason being that we don't have that value addition for the traditional knowledge. Because of the lack of value addition, the traditional knowledge is product that has come from the medicinal plants as well as aromatic plants. This our product selling very less rate when compared to other countries' product. This traditional knowledge has been recognized by the world as a result of it in the year 1992 in the United Nations Conference on Environment and Development that was held in Rio de Janeiro, that all the member countries have been appealed by the United Nations to document their knowledge in their territories. However, it has not been taken up very well during this particular point of time. Again, this has been re-emphasized in the Tokyo meeting, especially IC biodiversity target, and it was pronounced. That particular point of time, year 2011 to 2020 has been declared as the International Decade of Biodiversity, in which there are 20 IC biodiversity target has been pronounced by the United Nations. Out of this 20 IC biodiversity target number 18 very clearly indicates that protection of the traditional knowledge and documentation of the traditional knowledge. It says that preserve, protect and promote traditional knowledge. As a result of it, our country also started documenting the traditional knowledge through the people biodiversity registers, and also we are also having the digital library for traditional knowledge. Traditional knowledge also directly contributing to several sustainable development goals of United Nations that should be achieved by 2030. Say for example, this goal number 2, it indicates that food security. Due to traditional farming practices, we can sustain the food security. And goal number 3 says that good health and well-being. Due to this usage of this medicinal plant, we can maintain a good health. And also the fifth sustainable development goal says that clean water, as well as clean water has been maintained using the traditional water conservation practices. And also goal number 13 and 14 indicates that life below water as well as life on land. These two goals also been achieved by the sustainable, can also be achieved by this traditional knowledge. In addition to that, traditional knowledge also helpful for this achieving the goal of 17, that is enacting policies, international and national policies also been enacted because of the traditional knowledge. It has also been helpful. Keeping all this in mind, Zoological Survey of India given a topic of traditional knowledge in biodiversity conservation to collect the information from all over the country. As a result, the moment we advertise for this particular topic, we received 360 team has been registered to participate in this aspect. Out of these 360 teams, we selected 192 teams for making presentation all across the country in 16 regional centers. And the 16 regional centers brought toppers of these competitors. And the level 2 competition was held at another regional center, Dehradun, on 14 June 2026, wherein again 5 teams has been shortlisted in the semi-final. Those 5 teams today made a presentation over here. I hope all the presentations made by these teams are having some very good knowledge that can be really upscale and utilize the knowledge for the benefit of the country as well as benefit of the biodiversity conservation. I congratulate all the team members and convey my best wishes to all the team members, those who made a presentation. And also, once again, I warmly welcome the dignitaries on the dais as well as dignitaries of the dais for this very important event at Zoological Survey. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir. May I invite our Honorable Director to address the gathering, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Very warm welcome to all the dignitaries on the dais. At the very onset, I'd like to say my heartfelt thanks to Tanmay sir, Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. Sir, we have been inviting Tanmay sir since he was Additional Secretary to come to Kolkata for any one of our programs. But sir didn't have, his schedule never permitted. So sir, I can't tell you how thankful we are, and we are so happy that finally you could find time and to come down and grace our Hackathon 5 finale. I would like to thank also Sri Ramesh Kumar Pandey sir, ADG MOEFCC. And I also like to add a word that sir has actually consented to fund this hackathon finale. So, sir, thank you so much. Because this has been a very exhaustive thing, and thank you, sir, for funding the hackathon. I'd like to thank Ms. Meenakshi Rawat, Additional Secretary and Finance Advisor, MOEFCC. Ma'am, this is your first time. You have just been in the ministry for a few months. And thank you so much for coming down. I mean, you didn't even know about ZSI, but you had consented to come to Kolkata, which normally people from Delhi don't want to. So since you have come, we are so happy for that. And because it is also, this is a place where we can get to know each other and interact the kind of work which we are doing. I'd like to thank Sri Anandamohan, sir, CEO Campa, for coming to Kolkata and gracing our occasion today, hackathon finale. Sir, you also have very little idea about ZSI, and you have also taken charge of Campa very recently. So thank you, sir, for being a part of our celebration. And I'd like to, I won't thank Ved Prakash, sir, because he has to come either way. He can't be not coming to any occasion of ours. So, sir, thank you for coming down and helping us in organizing the whole hackathon event. And also, I'd like to thank Konad, Dr. Konad Das, Director BSI, because he is my peer, as well as he's a part of the same, we are a part of the same ministry. So they are a part of BSI, are a part of all our proceedings. So thank you all dignitaries on the dais. And thank you everybody who was sitting in the audience. And thank you participants. Thank you all of you who are here today. My heartfelt thanks to the judges who have been listening to the deliberations, because the final word would be your word, and the award ceremony will be happening tomorrow on our ZSI finale day, the ZSI day, 111th ZSI day. So this is a moment where we step back and think that how I was sitting on the dais and thinking that how do we manage to get this hackathon off. And it was in an NBWL meeting which was chaired by the Honorable Prime Minister, where we were assigned the work of working on the traditional knowledge in biodiversity conservation. And honestly, the first month, we were literally clueless what to do. And then we had to go over to the ministry, speak to the wildlife division, and then get to know what would be the next steps. And in this whole process, it was a learning for us, for all of us who are working on biodiversity, both faunal diversity and floral diversity, that there were so many things that we ourselves did not know. And it was important that we get to know all of it. And in this process, we had first released a calendar on the traditional practices in wildlife conservation this year in 2026. And that was a huge research work we had done. And it was from that calendar, when we were getting the calendar ready or preparing it, we got the idea that having a hackathon on the traditional knowledge on wildlife conservation would be important, in the sense there's so much of information which is hidden in the extremes of Manipur, Mizoram, in the Western Ghats, in the Ladakh, in Spiti Valley, in Bengal, in Bihar, in Orissa, in Karnataka, Kerala, that we have no clue about. And we can source this information from all the participants who have taken part in this hackathon, and this may be together compiled and then put forward to the ministry, so that the ministry can also take it up in due course, either for formulating or taking help of technologies and upscaling the technologies, or also providing more information about how these need to be protected and conserved and taken up on a larger scale. So thank you again for taking time out of your busy schedule to join our program today. We truly appreciate your presence here. It means a great deal to us, and your contribution has added a real value to the event. Thank you once again to be a part of our ZSI 111th ZSI Day tomorrow, which is going to happen tomorrow. And it's most importantly, I want to congratulate all the young innovators, the hackathon participants who have presented your work, your research, your findings, and your technologies. And I would like to congratulate all the participating teams for your flawless deliberations. I must say that every single team has raised the bar so high today. The quality of work we have witnessed today has totally made the judges' job genuinely very difficult, and wonderfully difficult, I would say. And to me, that is a real victory. So a huge round of applause to all our participants today. So, thank you. So Dr. Raghunathan has already briefed you on the traditional knowledge in wildlife conservation. So today I also want to draw your attention against this quite powerful battle which India has been fighting, the battle against biopiracy. India, with its century-years-old wisdom on Ayurveda, Unani and Siddha and Yoga, has been a frequent target of exploitation, which we do not always realize. We all remember the cases of turmeric and neem, both patented abroad for properties that Indian households have known for centuries. India fought along costly legal battles to reclaim what was always ours. These cases taught us a hard lesson. Our knowledge was vulnerable simply because it existed in ancient texts, in languages in Sanskrit, in Urdu, and invisible to the patent examiners of the world. That is where traditional knowledge digital library, or TKDL, changed the game. Born out of collaboration between the CSIR and the Department of Ayush, TKDL is a homegrown effort to document and digitize our traditional knowledge, translating it into international languages so that patent offices worldwide can verify before granting any patent whether an innovation or it is actually an age-old Indian wisdom. And that is where this hackathon matters so deeply. We have gathered here today to bridge the gap between our ancient wisdom and the technology of tomorrow. And I urge all of you who are here today, let not this be the end of your journey. Let the hackathon be the beginning. Carry these ideas forward, refine them, take them to the communities, bring them to the government. Please prepare precise concept notes, make it scalable, and I promise you it will take you forward to the appropriate agencies and the ministries to take it up in future so that our traditional knowledge will be a part of the technological scenario which we can see in the near future, and also it will be contributing in a huge way to the dream of 2047 and to Viksit Bharat. So remember, the applause may fade today, but the road ahead is long, and all of you have miles to go before you sleep. Thank you. Vande Mataram. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, ma'am. May I request Dr. Kanad Das, Director, Botanical Survey of India, to take the stage for his address. So please.
Respected Chief Guest and Honorable Secretary, MOFCC, Government of India, Sri Tanmay Kumar, sir, all the very distinguished dignitaries and eminent personalities sitting on and off the dais, entire JDSI family, our BSI fellows and research associates. Very good afternoon to you all. First of all, I'd like to congratulate JDSI for conducting this very significant event of 111 hours hackathon. I particularly find this event relevant. It addresses a few crucial questions of our time. How can traditional knowledge and modern innovation work together to conserve biodiversity in an era of unprecedented environmental challenges that includes climate change, habitat degradation, biodiversity loss, and erosion of traditional knowledge, which are complex but interconnected? How can conservation solutions remain inclusive, ethical, and sustainable? How can biodiversity data that we have gathered become more accessible as well as actionable. This innovative 111-hour long national level hackathon that combined traditional knowledge systems with contemporary technological achievements covering 16 unique themes reflecting the various ecosystems in our country and the traditional knowledge for their protection and conservation will surely bring innovative solution to these environmental challenges. Today in grand finale, I find the young innovative minds bring ideas of DADDA to address the pollution in rivers and wetlands to Arivu, a unique platform of traditional ecological knowledge and solutions to those challenges from the island communities of Lakshadweep to forest dwellers of Meghalaya and highlanders of Ladakh fulfill the holistic objective of this hackathon. So, all the best to all 5 teams shortlisted for grand finale. Thank you for giving me a chance to share my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable words. So I now have the distinct honor of inviting Shri Ramesh Pandey, Additional Director General, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, to address the gathering. Sir, please.
Respected Secretary to the Government of India, Environment, Forest and Climate Change, my colleague Shri Anand Mohanji, CEO Campa, Additional Secretary and Finance Advisor Meenakshi ji, Joint Secretary Mishra ji, Director JDSI Dhriti ji, Director BSI Shri Ravichandran, Director IFM, learned jury, scientists and staff of JDSI, BSI and other organizations which we have in Kolkata, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I was thinking that what should I speak on this topic, which is focused on traditional knowledge on wildlife conservation. So I was thinking that what exactly traditional knowledge is and why this knowledge is important. So if you look back, the years which we have taken to come to this stage, you will find that we are one of the oldest civilization. So we have spent approximately 5,000 plus years. So whatever knowledge we started accumulating after the civilization started getting strengthened, it was all in Shrutis form. Shrutis means whatever we were listening from our ancestors was getting passed on to the next generation. How many years we did like this? Approximately 2000 plus years. So in 2000 years, we didn't use any script, any language. We started using a script in 3rd century BC. And that too, we started using Brahmi, which is also called Brahmic. So that was the script, but the language were different. Sanskrit was being used, Prakrit was being used, Pali was being used, but we were not writing anything. So we took almost 2005 years of knowledge to start writing. And the first scripture which we find, and Secretary Sir was very rightly saying that we should try to have a common workshop in which JDSI, BSI, ICFRE, Ministry should work on, Ayush and Ministry of Culture should work on scriptures which may be related to biodiversity knowledge. So we took almost 2,500 years to start writing. Then, if you look at the kind of scriptures which we are having in written form, you will find like Ayurveda or many other such scriptures which are written in later on written in Devanagari Lipi, in Sanskrit language or Prakrit or Sanskrit languages. Then when you see after independence, till I think 5th century or maybe 1000th century Anno Domini, after the birth of Christ, the scriptures were being written and were retained. But when you look at the kind of scriptures and knowledge we are having after, say, 1500 years to 2000 years, there is a lull period of 600-700 years when we are losing our knowledge and the scriptures which we had, especially when there was advent of the rulers from the central India, or after the advent of Britishers in the country. So the reason for looking at the traditional knowledge is that we have lost a lot of traditional knowledge in last 600 years, 700 years. That knowledge has been lost. Where that knowledge has been lost, in the form of scriptures, that knowledge has gone. But still that knowledge is in Shrutis and in practice. This is the reason why the government is looking at the revisiting the traditional knowledge, which is still there in Shrutis and in practice. So the time has come that we should try to accumulate that knowledge in today's time. I'll give you two examples, my own example, that how it is important. When I joined ministry, I was given the charge of Project Elephant, and the elephant is very fascinating animal. Most of you must have seen both in wild and in captivity, and today we also got the flower part made up of elephant. Lot of motifs you see of elephant. So the logo of the Project Elephant has something written, and there is something written in Devanagari Lipi also, Gajatame. So I asked someone that what is this Gajatame written on the logo of Project Elephant? And do you know that how much time did I take to know that what it is? 5 years. It took me 5 years to know that what this logo is telling. Because all the institutional knowledge which we had gone. The people who must have thought of Gajatame in 1992, there is no one. The ministry got changed from the CGO to new building. I was searching about Gajatame. Someone said that it is something in Pali. So I was searching internet in Pali, that is there something in Gajatame. I couldn't get anything. Recently I got about to know about what is Gajatame. Basically in 3rd century BC, we started identifying the edicts of Ashoka. Whatever you get in writing is the first in 3rd century BC by the Ashoka. So there are 14 edicts of Ashoka which are at various Shilalekh, means written on the stones. One of the edict is where very near to Dehradun there is a place called Kalsi. So there is an edict of Ashoka. All 14 edicts are written there. And there is an elephant in that edict, 3rd century BC. And there it is written in Brahmi Lipi, Gajatame. But the Gajatame, the script, the edict of the Ashoka is in Prakrit. But the Gajatame hasn't come from Prakrit, it has come from Sanskrit. It has come from Gajottama. Then it became Gajotama, means the superior, superlative elephant, the great elephant. And then it became Gajatame. It depicts the Buddha, Lord Buddha, who was the source of enlightenment, wisdom. And her mother, when he was in the womb, saw a white elephant. So, it took me 5 years to know that what is the meaning of Gajatame, which is on the logo of Project Elephant. Similarly, I was intrigued to know that what traditional knowledge we have in case of elephants. I was showing my colleague that I wrote a piece on that. In 3rd century BC, I mean, there is a knowledge of which is called Indian elephantology. There is a knowledge system on elephants, sir. We didn't know. I was not knowing, even after serving in the service for 20 years, that there is a knowledge system on elephants. And you know, the first scripture, the first text which is written on the elephant is Gajashastra by Palakapya Muni in 3rd century BC. And at the same time, he is writing a scripture which is called Hastirved. This Hastirved is the Ayurveda for the Hasti. Because elephant was the sign of wisdom, prosperity, polity, worship. It was part of the life. Was also being seen as good omen. And the first scripture which writes about the elephant is none other than Arthashastra, written by Kautilya, who is writing about the Gajavana, Gajadhyaksha. I mean, someone who is the superintendent of the elephants. Then subsequently, there is again a lull period. From the 3rd century BC to say 10th or 11th century. Then comes 2 more scriptures. One is Matangalila and another is called Manusollas. So Manusollas was got written by a Chalukya king, but the Matangalila is written by a sage was known as Nilkantha. And you will be surprised to know that the elephants have been classified on the basis of their mental strength and nature. As we see the human beings and we see all kinds of people have different nature, similarly the elephants may be Bhadra, may be Mand, may be someone very intelligent, someone very dumb. Elephants have been classified based on how do they smell, how do their sweat smells. And so much of knowledge on elephant has been written in 11th, 12th centuries. And then, what I was saying, 600-700 years, there is no knowledge. But somehow, a home king in 18th century gets a scripture written. That is the latest. That is called Hastividyarnava. So what does he do? The knowledge of the Gajashastra is get converted into a scripture which is written in Assamese and also in Sanskrit, which has also illustrations on the elephants. And all these scriptures are not known to us, not known to practitioners, not known to the young people. Why I am saying that these are important? These are not Puranic texts. These are not stories. I have not gone to the Puranic text, though I can give the reference of Puranic text also, like Airavata. What is Airavata? Airavat is an elephant which is the Vahana of Indra, which is the elephant of the cloud, having 5 trunks, because it can fetch the water to the cloud and can cause rain. What does it mean? It means that the elephants are responsible for getting rain done. Wherever there are elephants, those jungle will be thick. They will be responsible for prosperity. You must have seen Dhana Lakshmi. There are 2 elephants showering the gold coin on the Lakshmi because they are the sign of the prosperity. And you must have heard a word which is commonly used, very commonly used, Diggaj. Well, ye bahut bade Diggaj aadmi. Do you know what Diggaj is? Dig means direction, Gaj means Hathi. So there are 8 elephants, and all 8 elephants having their names, and their consorts are having their names. They are holding the planet. Those are called Diggaj. So knowledge is all over in scriptures, in shrutis, in traditions. But we have got disconnected to it. Honorable Prime Minister is saying that we should go to the community, and whatever knowledge has kept in Shrutis and practice should be recorded. And it's a fact, if you look at the trajectory of the kind of documents and scriptures we look at, either you will find 3rd century, 1st century BC, or up to 1500 years, and then you won't find anything that which has been written recently. Now, why it is important to discuss today? You must be knowing that our civilization is going to live in the cities. There are cities, there are countries where 80% of the population is living where? In cities. How much Indians are living in cities? Approximately 35% of the population is living in the cities. In next 20-30 years, 50% of the population will be living in the cities. So we are getting disconnected with our roots, our traditional knowledge. The knowledge which has been built in so many generations. It has taken 3,000 years when people started writing them. We have spent 5,000 years to accumulate this knowledge. But this has been lost, basically. So, the context of this, the topic is that it is not required just for the fashion, or we are passionate that it should be reserved. It is required for our own survival. See, everywhere in the world, people are talking about the coexistence. We have practiced this. We know that unless we protect them, we are not going to be protected. So to practice it and to get benefited, the society at large will be benefited unless this knowledge is retained and passed on to the next generation. So it is very, very, very important subject, and I'm happy. I must congratulate Dhriti. Your hackathons are wonderful. Last time, Honorable Minister said that we should also get a hackathon done in WI and HWC. It was, I won't say, of anywhere of your standard. It was very mediocre, I would say, but your hackathons are fantastic. All your teams deserve an applause for that. And you chose a subject, and I am surprised to see that what kind of ideas are being brought forth by the teams. That itself is a very interesting thing to listen. So I'm very happy that you have invited all of us, and I'm fortunate that I have participated in almost all 3-4 programs of JDSI in last 4 years. I have seen both of your hackathon and one of WI. It is really being done. I mean, it should, every alternate year or something, we should take a new subject and keep doing it. And I'm happy to be part of it. And it's a wonderful subject you have chosen. We are already working with JDSI towards compiling all kinds of important data related to traditional knowledge. It's a very important subject. It's a very good effort of the JDSI, and they deserve appreciation and kudos to your team. And I'm thankful to JDSI for inviting me and giving me this opportunity and bearing me for more than 5 minutes, which I took, which was assigned time for this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for adding immense value to our gathering today. So to mark this momentous occasion, I have the distinct honor of requesting our chief guest, Shri Tanmay Kumar, Honorable Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, also request the authors to kindly join them on stage for the official unveiling of the book, The Fauna of Megamalai Wildlife Sanctuary. This book documents a total 977 species across invertebrates and vertebrates. The study discovered 1 new species of spider and 8 new species of insects to the science. The landscape is known for high levels of endemism and as refuge for 57 globally threatened mammals, birds, reptiles, and amphibians. It's now my absolute privilege to invite our esteemed chief guest, Shri Tanmay Kumar, Secretary MOIFCC, to the podium to share his valuable insights with us. Please welcome him with a warm round of applause.
Let me first begin by, congratulating Dhriti. I think she deserves a round of applause for the way she has been conducting conferences of this nature year after year. And it is not easy to organize functions like this, which is all-inclusive, which brings together practitioners, researchers, scientists, students from different walks of life, bring them on a common platform, and able to deliberate on various issues. It is a pleasure watching you over the years. And I think she is one person who has really, if there's one person in the ministry who has really, galvanized their department is Dhriti, I think. She has really, brought a lot of energy into the organization, the way she keeps her team together, the way she conducts the various meetings, and the way she is result-oriented and tries to deliver as per a plan. So I think we are fortunate to have a person like her in the organization who takes forward the objectives of the ministry and is able to deliver. I remember numerous occasions when in environment clearance matters we had the opportunity of discussing with her, and her depth of knowledge, the picking up the right person for the right job, and to also, present a holistic view of things. These are some qualities that young scientists need to learn, and an organization also needs to take this forward. Today's topic is, as my previous speakers, Mr. Raghunathan, Mr. Kanak Das, Ramesh Pandey have all dwelt at length. And it was a pleasure listening to all of them talk about biodiversity, the traditional knowledge, the way it has, shaped our body of knowledge. So in this forum where we have distinguished researchers, distinguished jury, scientists and students, policymakers, all are sitting here. On the dais we have our colleagues, the Director of BSI, we have Joint Secretary looking after wetlands, we have ADG Forest looking after wildlife and other things, we have CEO of CAMPA and of course Director ZSI. So it is, if you look at it, a whole of ministry approach, a whole of society approach is what is reflected in the presentations that have taken place. And we must understand that while we look at different dimensions of environment and for Mother Nature, it is one holistic planet. Mother Nature has not divided us into zoology or botany or physics or chemistry. It is for the lack of our understanding that we try to develop bodies of knowledge. So we have, chemistry where we learn about chemicals and things like that. We learn about zoology, we learn about botany. But in planet, there is an interplay of all these things happening every moment. And it is such a natural cycle phenomenon that it is difficult to, reduce it to one simple equation where you can solve that if this happens, this is what is going to happen. It has not happened like that. Nature has not evolved like that. And it is not a plain and simple equation where you can bring all the variables together and start deducing. That is not what has happened. But the tragedy is that modern science is like that. So when we have a machine, we have to look at one part of the machine, and then there's a specialist for that part of the machine. So there's a doctor who knows only about lungs, there's a doctor who knows only about kidney, there's a doctor who knows only about the heart. But there's not one single doctor who knows about the entire body and says that, okay, we'll treat you like that. But fortunately, in our traditions, in our knowledge, in Ayurveda, in yoga, the entire body is treated as one holistic whole. And therefore, we need to learn as to how we can integrate botany and zoology, how can we bring, forest land, woodland, wetlands together, how can we look at climate as one entity, and therein the role of our forefathers, the traditional knowledge, the community that has thrived over the years without BSI, ZSI. And we need to learn from them as to what is it that was so unique about their knowledge system. And the role of this hackathon is in trying to unravel that mystery, try to understand as to how we can use that traditional knowledge. Traditional knowledge is not something that is static. It is not something that has got frozen in time. It is a living body of wisdom. Every now and then, the community that is in sync with nature would tell you how it has changed over the period of years, how we can actually learn from nature, how is nature reacting to our own, environment in the sense that what has happened, the climate change that we talk about. Is it something that has happened over a small period of time? No. See, nature gave us everything that we wanted. Our needs were being fulfilled. But what has happened is that our greed has taken over our needs. And therefore, we are mercilessly exploiting nature to fulfill our greed. We eat food, we throw food. We wear clothes, we discard clothes. And look at it from the time that we were born, the way we were born and brought up. Our clothes, our way of life was all based on our needs. We never had surplus. But now the issue is that we are moving towards an economy which is driven by consumerism. So therefore, what Honorable Prime Minister said at Glasgow is very relevant. Talked about mission life, lifestyle for environment. So lifestyle which is in sync with the environment, where we move from mindless and destructive consumption towards mindful and deliberate utilization of resources, not only for ourselves, but for the future generations. And that is what sustainability is all about. Sustainability is about utilizing the present resources to fulfill our need without compromising on the requirement of the future generations to fulfill their needs. And therefore, coming back to the topic of traditional knowledge and biodiversity, it is important that we learn as to how planet Earth survived over the years. What has happened in the past few centuries after the Industrial Revolution is what has caused havoc in the society today, where we're talking about, greenhouse gas emissions, we are talking about, Paris Agreement, we are talking about Convention on Biodiversity, we are talking about UNCCD. So here also, the way the system works, we have one conference focusing on, combating desertification. We have one conference focusing on biodiversity. We have one conference focusing on climate change. But are they really standalone vertical silos? They are not. One has led to the other. And together, we have exploited nature so much that it has become incumbent on us to start looking at diagnosis. Again, we are looking at solution in parts. So we're saying that, climate change, for that we need to go in for, low carbon emission. Again, we look at biodiversity, we're saying that conserve 30 by 30. So 30% of the biodiversity loss has to be restored. We need to actually now, more than ever before, concentrate on issues which have a holistic impact, understand the entire cycle, and then make interventions which would be long lasting, which would be, to the benefit of future generations. And that can happen when we actually utilize this body of knowledge, known as tradition knowledge, where they preserve the planet for centuries together. There was no Paris Agreement then. There was nothing about climate change then. But then people respected nature. People loved Mother Nature, nurtured Mother Nature, and utilized their resources of Mother Nature for their requirements, and also ensured that it is preserved and protected. When Honorable Prime Minister says, "Ek ped maa ke naam," it is not only going there and planting a tree in the name of your mother. The idea is to reflect on Mother Nature. How planting one tree is important to preserve nature, to conserve nature. Human beings, despite all the science that we have, we cannot produce one single cell which has life in it. But the way we live, the way we consume, we actually destroy mercilessly. So there, I think we need to focus on that. And if we protect nature, if we respect nature, if we love Mother Earth, the way we love our own mothers, I think Mother Nature is very resilient, it actually recovers very fast if you give time and space. And that is something to learn from our traditional knowledge and wisdom. So when we talk about this, it is not restricting, again, as I've told my colleagues, that it is not necessary that we have only BSI, ZSI talking about traditional knowledge. Let us bring together the entire, follow the whole of government approach. Let us bring, higher education, Ministry of Culture, Ayush, our own ministry, maybe animal husbandry, all together. Because when you talk about biodiversity, it is not only life on land, it is life in aquatic system also, life in deserts also, life in the rich Himalayas also. So we need to find out as to how we can go about it. Honorable Minister, within the ministry after he joined, he created an institution known as Nirantar, the National Institute for Research and Application of Natural Resources for Transform, Adapt and Build Resilience. So that is to bring about a whole of ministry approach within the organizations, within the ministry, to make them talk to each other, to make them learn from each other. And that is what we need to do at a larger scale. And for that, we need to meet often and to try to develop a scheme of things where this traditional body of knowledge can be collated, we can collaborate, collect that information into the desired verticals and make it accessible. So a lot of work is being done. We need to understand that part also before we move forward. This hackathon is a step in that direction, where it forces the young minds to think. I don't think anybody can participate in the hackathon unless you understand the meaning of the topic, unless you understand what is expected of us. And I'm so very happy to see youngsters from Meghalaya, from Karnataka, from Uttar Pradesh, all of them together, coming together from as far as Ladakh, all of them applying their minds on the various issues of biodiversity and how we can take it while Ladakh talks about embedding it in our thinking, in our process. Meghalaya talks about the biodiversity sites. UP talks about the wetland protection. Karnataka talks about using technology. So all those approaches are somewhere interlinked, and we need to then take this forward in a meaningful way for the people at large. So we have so much knowledge already available with us. I'm reminded in our school days when we talk about Vedic mathematics, which is a body of knowledge was forgotten. Yet that body of knowledge is so handy when you look at various problems to be solved. So why not integrate that in our curriculum? I was actually talking to Dhriti and saying that in our IIT days, when we were there in IIT, there used to be a society, SPICMAKE, Society for Promotion of Indian Culture, Music and Art amongst Youth. I was just thinking, is it possible to have a biodiversity club which can be a part of the eco clubs? Minister of Education has more than 10.5 lakhs Mission Life eco clubs. Can we bring them together? Can these eco clubs also start looking at traditional body of knowledge which is in their vicinity where they work? Can they collect that? Can they look into the ancient scriptures? How do we actually utilize modern technology to collect this body of knowledge, make it comprehensible, and how can we actually use it for the benefit of common man? See, in our biodiversity, when we talk about convention on biodiversity, there are three things that they say. One is that you should conserve biodiversity, you should use it sustainably, and that access and benefit should flow to the people who own that knowledge. So how can, and there the benefit is not only monetary but non-monetary, and there all these, when we talk about SDG goals, we talk about the National Biodiversity Strategic Action Plan, all those, goals and actions also within their scope of things include the traditional knowledge. So how do we actually reward a community for protecting biodiversity? And therein, the role of the new set of biodiversity rules, where we talk about access benefit sharing, where we talk about, traditional knowledge, where we talk about making the, sort of distributing the gains to the local community, all those things become important. So in our NBSAP also, in our commitments towards biodiversity goals, also we look at these important things. I will end by saying that, while all these approaches are very important, what is also important is the youngsters who have joined today, and I use this opportunity to compliment and congratulate all the participants, irrespective of whether they have reached the semi-final, final, where they are going to be the award-winning team tomorrow, because the fact that so many, so much youth energy has been channelized into looking at this particular aspect of tradition, using of traditional knowledge for our biodiversity protection and conservation is itself a very major step in the right direction for our own country, where in today's world where we are becoming more and more self-centered, to look into our past, to learn from the past, and to use that body of knowledge for the future is something that is very inspiring. And I must compliment all of you for actively participating in this event. We do hope that in times to come, the hackathons will result in some ideas which can be incubated, which can be taken forward through the various ministries, and maybe through a vertical within ZSI, to take this step forward year after year, so that we don't lose sight of what has been done in the past. We learn from the past, improve upon it, take a holistic approach, and take it forward further. With these words, I once again compliment Dhriti and her team, all those who have worked behind the scene, all those who have really taken the responsibility, all the participants for coming over here, and all of you for inviting me on this occasion and giving me an opportunity to share my views. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your kind and valuable words and encouraging our department all the way. Thank you, sir. So as we approach the conclusion of this event, it is time to express our gratitude to everyone who made it possible. So I now invite Shri Ved Prakash Misra, Joint Secretary, Moib Sesi, to the podium to deliver the formal vote of thanks.
Good afternoon to all of you. First and the foremost, I thank Sri Tanmay Kumar sir, our respected secretary, to take his time to grace this occasion. We know that how difficult it is for him to be away from the office in view of his immense responsibilities and guide us. I also express my gratitude to Sri Ramesh Kumar Pandey sir, Anand Mohan sir, Meenakshi ma'am, for taking their time to grace this occasion. I also extend my heartfelt gratitude to the esteemed panel of judges, Dr. K. Ravichandran, Dr. Subir Majumdar, Dr. Naz Rizvi, Dr. Kannada Das, Mr. Ayaz Ahmed Safi, for lending their time, immense expertise, and sharp insights to the 111th 1 hour hackathon on traditional knowledge on biodiversity conservation. I also express my deep appreciation and congratulations to Dr. Dhriti Banerjee, who is behind this occasion, who is behind all these arrangements and this great event, for her address and for driving this vision of this 111-hour hackathon to fruitful completion. I also express my sincere thanks to Sri Raghunathan Scientist staff for delivering the welcome address and effectively setting the context and also organizing this event. I applaud, last but not the least, I applaud all the participants for demonstrating their exemplary innovation, who came in the last 5 and who could not make it to last 5 and who get the prizes and who do not get the prizes. All have done their efforts and deep environmental awareness through their presentation during this hackathon. Your practical solutions bridge the gap between ancestral knowledge and contemporary biodiversity preservation, be it the detoxification apparatus or the TK, the traditional knowledge field box, the crowds for biodiversity, the local biodiversity management committee, as provided in our Biodiversity Act. It has been so successfully working in some remote areas of this country. And the RVU, the box that validates the traditional knowledge, how it is valid, how much is valid today. We also take clue from and guidance from our secretary sir's guidance, the wisdom that we should respect our mother nature and see it holistically as a whole entity and not in parts, and adopt the mission life approach, lifestyle for environment in our daily lives. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much to all. And in the end, I propose a vote of thanks for all the participants to be accepted by huge round of applause.
Before we reach to the conclusion of today's event, I request all the participants of Hackathon as well as the esteemed judges come to the dais for a group photo.
आप इधर आ जाइए हमारे
आप लोग पीछे जाओ, वो लोग बैठ जाए, उसके पीछे चले जाओ ना, लोग कुछ हैं आप लोग पीछे जाओ। सर जुड़ी है
One chair on that side.
একটা চেয়ার
That's it.
Sir, to bring our proceedings to a formal close, let us pay our highest respect to our motherland. I request everyone in the auditorium to please stand in attention for the national song and the national anthem.
श्यामला मातरम
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Jai Hind!